Tradoon. Alfred Wegener. He noticed that the continents look just like pieces of a broken puzzle. By 1915 he called it continental drift. It caused a rift with his fellow scientists who sang, ha ha, Alfred Wegener, you are a crazy man. Ha ha, Alfred Wegener, you are a crazy little man. They reminded him he had no proof.
Hey, did I just get us in God, a living dinosaur?
Do this. And until you show just how or why, you merely have one interesting hypothesis. Until this evidence we see, you don't have a theory. Ha ha, Alfred Wegener, you are a crazy man. Ha ha, Alfred Wegener, you are a crazy little man. In the year of 1930, on an expedition to Greenland, Wegener got caught in a blizzard. When they finally found him, it was much too late, and they buried him in an icy mausoleum. 30 years after he died, a new idea came to light. It changed the way geologists saw the world and brought continental drift back to life. Now everybody sings, yeah! Alfred Wegener, you are a brilliant man. Yeah! Alfred Wegener, you are a brilliant, brilliant man. Continental drift, Alfred Wegener's theory, continental drift. Alfred Wegener's theory, continental drift. Alfred Wegener's theory, continental drift. Alfred Wegener's brilliant, brilliant.
We come to this place for science. We come to paleontologizing streams to laugh, to cry, to show up late and then ask what today's topic is even though it's right there in the title. Because we need that. All of us. That indescribable feeling we get when the surf rock starts, and we learn something we've never known before. Not just entertained but somehow infotained, together. Baffling images on a tiny computer screen. Sound that I can feel.
Dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, dir, dir in it.
Genus names I can mispronounce.
Purdue.
Somehow, extinction feels good in a place like this. Our common ancestors feel like the best part of us. And dinosaurs feel like they're still around. Because here, they are. Paleontologizing streams, we make fossils less dead.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is so good to see all of you here today. Sorry I'm a little bit late. This often happens on Tuesdays. Not for the usual reasons today, but anyway, I'm glad you're here. We're gonna have a fun stream, talking all about continental drift, plate tectonics, and Alfred Wegener. It's an important anniversary today, so we'll talk about that. But, did you highlight that message? That's a new look. Anyway, I like that. Iacane, good to see you. Iacane says, I wouldn't say that coprolites are my favorite fossils, but they're solid. Number 2, that's... Gotta hand it to Iacane. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. Shoot, if it's anyone's very first time here, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So you probably know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Even though paleontology, again, is the study of ancient life forms in general. If there's a creature that left record of its existence in the fossil record, there's a paleontologist who studies that. Everything from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. Fossil ferns to fossil frogs. It's all paleontology. But dinosaurs are what I happen to study, what I dig up, what I publish in the scientific literature, and what I talk about here, mostly, on this channel. But if you have questions about any aspect of natural history, don't hesitate to ask them. Although today we do have a topic to discuss, and it's continental drift. This idea that the continents move in a measurable way. We'll be talking about the guy who first kind of brought this idea to light. It's a really interesting story, and I feel like it kind of highlights the process of science. How we study natural phenomena, how we come up with hypotheses, how we test them, and it's kind of a beautiful case study in how a consensus can form within science. It was kind of almost a slow-rolling scientific revolution in a way. So we'll talk about that today. Yeah. And Harvey, continental drift? No. Alfred Wegener, automaton. We'll talk about that. But yeah. Oh, message effects for 20, but interesting, Scorch Hellfire. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. And Little Pink Pony says, not fossil people. Would that still be paleontology? It would be paleontology, although it's kind of it's interesting. Like, given that it's human ancestors, it's one of these things where it kind of, I don't know. We like to think of ourselves as very special as human beings, and so you would call that paleoanthropology, but you know, it intersects with paleontology. Paleoanthropology is an interesting thing in that it, some people in it have backgrounds in like physical anthropology, which is more of like biological, zoological science, and then some people almost approach it from more of a humanities perspective. Anthropology is an interesting thing. I don't know, I'm not immersed in that world, and so I'm not really the right person to talk about it, frankly. But, yeah, that's the thing. Hey, Halle Berry, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. And Science Streams, Bulent, always wonderful to see you. I hope you're having an excellent day. Howdy, howdy. But yeah, Metazoo done excellent, Petrodactylus. I'm like an hour late today, practically, so, we don't have very much time to do Metazoo. It's probably going to reset in a little bit, right? So we'll do that. Yeah. I'm so sorry to hear that, Halle Berry. You got laid off after Christmas? I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you're able to find a better gig soon. I'm really sorry that happened to you. I'm glad you're here. If there's anything I can do to help cheer you up, you let me know, okay? Metazoo speedrun, yeah, Petrodactylus. We'll get into that in a little bit. First, let's do a blue sky post before I forget. Yeah. And let me scoot over a little bit so we can see the Plateosaurus skull behind me. There we go. Let's see if that's any good. Paste, and yeah. I think that'll work. Alright, crop that up. Excellent. Not Control Shift S here. This is paint. There's no hotkeys like that. Save it. Save as the old-fashioned way. There we are. Excellent. So, let's post it because today happens to be a special anniversary. An important event happened on this day. As you all know, January 6th, the world was forever changed. Across marble floors, through hallowed halls, a radical cry would upset the established order. That's right, Alfred Wegener announced his continental drift hypothesis to the Geological Association at the Senckenberg Museum in Frankfurt on January 6, 1912. We're celebrating that today. Let's, yeah. Let's post this here. There we are. Yeah. We're talking all about continental drift. And using as an example of how big changes in scientific consensus. Well, I mean, how scientific consensus changes over time with new evidence on today's stream. Join us and hang out and chat. Twitch.tv/Paleontologizing. There we go. Alt text. Yeah. And how did you too, Salamander? Good to see ya. Behind me on the wall are a 3D printed Gladiasaurus skull. Globe. Various framed prints of figures relating to plate tectonics and continental drift, and a framed illustration of a Lystrosaurus skull. We'll be talking about Lystrosaurus too, an important critter. Looks good. Paleontologizing, spelled correctly.
Hold on to your butts.
Let's post it. There we go. And there you go, Dr. Cubs. Says, I use plate tectonics as an example of a scientific revolution. It fits Kuhn's model well. Does it? I don't know enough about Kuhn and his idea of scientific revolutions. I don't know enough about that, but it'll be great to have your perspective today on that subject. If you wouldn't mind chiming in now and again as things pop into your head. I love all these watch streaks too. Arid, Automaton, Miss Pest, and Sinister. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And there you go, I King. A flying animal on a blue background. Yeah. I prefer the bird, because honestly, I don't know. It's a dinosaur. And sorry, invert people, but I don't know. I'll usually pick a vertebrate over an invertebrate. That's my bias, but yeah. Anyway, and lurking here. No, you're not. You're chatting, no Barb. It's good to see you. How are things? Feel free to lurk though. Yeah, butterfly's a good compromise. Yeah, Icane, it's good. And thank you for all the likes and stuff. Oh, and thank you, Dr. Hubs. Excellent. Yeah. What was that, Thomas Kuhn? Was it The Nature of Scientific Revolutions? Is that the text? Structure of Scientific Revolutions, that's it. Yeah. I've read about this in other books. I've never actually read that text myself. And there you go, tax art. You know, it takes all kinds. I'm glad there are people on Team Invertebrate, too. Anyway, it's so good to have all of you here today. We happen to miss Alfred Wegener's birthday this year, which is November 1st, 1880. And we don't know his exact date of death, I don't think. Yeah, November 1930. Because I think it was maybe weeks before his body was actually found after his tragic death. So anywho, we've got another important anniversary today. January 6th, 1912. January 6, 1912, Alfred Wegener presented his first proposal of continental drift in a lecture to the... I'm gonna butcher this. How do you say I'm sorry in German? I wouldn't know because I don't speak or really read German. Most of the German I know comes from Indiana Jones films, which is... yeah. Anyway. Wegener presented his first proposal of continental drift in a lecture to the Geologische Vereinigung, Geological Association, at the Senckenberg Museum, Frankfurt am Main. Later in 1912, he made a case for the theory in a long three-part article and a shorter summary. Good stuff. So, it's an appropriate day for us to be commemorating Alfred Wegener. Entschuldigung. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Entschuldigung, yeah. Thank you, everyone. Or should I say, danke. Danke. There you go. And Magical Pliosaur, hey. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. like that username. It's good to have you here. I hope you feel right at home here. We're not going to be talking about fossils the entire time today. It's kind of broadening out, talking about Earth science in general. But there will be a lot of fossils. We're going to probably emphasize the fossils part of this. So yeah, hang on a second here, and let's get started with... let's get started with this right here, shall we? We've got a bunch of people here who already know what continental drift is. This is toward the beginning of the stream, so let's start off with something a little bit more in depth, and then we'll get into the more basic stuff later as we have people raid in and all of that. So, we know that the continents move over time, and they're continuing
Hello, I'm
to
Sam Neill
move.
from Jurassic Park. Let's
Fantastic.
protect
Thank
our
you for the
fossils,
follow.
because
I
if they're
appreciate it.
removed, America loses them forever.
Thank you for the follow. We already know that the continents move. So let's get a little bit more in depth before we get a little bit more broad and basic, shall we? And hello to you too, Shane H42. Howdy, howdy. And Dr. Hubs, I think I have that one in my agenda already, the Be Smart one. Yeah. I'll be right back.
In the early 20th century, a meteorologist named Alfred Wegener noticed striking similarities between the coasts of Africa and South America. These observations led him to propose a controversial new theory. Perhaps these and many other continents had once been connected in a single gigantic landmass. Wegener's theory of continental drift directly contradicted the popular opinion that Earth's continents had remained steady for millennia, and it took almost 50 years for his advocates to convince the larger scientific community. But today we know something even more exciting. Pangaea was only the latest in a long lineage of supercontinents, and
Yep.
it won't be the last.
Other ones include Rodinia and I don't actually, I can't remember any of the other names off the top of my head, but there are, I think, at least 4 different other supercontinents in Earth's past before Pangaea.
Continental drift laid the foundation for our modern theory of plate tectonics, which states
Yep.
that Earth's crust is made of vast, jagged plates that shift over a layer of partially molten rock called the mantle. These plates
sized a
only
bit
move
better.
at rates of around 2.5 to 10 centimeters per year. But those incremental
And so 2.5 to 10 centimeters per year, somewhere in there, I think, is about the rate that our fingernails grow. That's usually the phrase that you'll hear if you're trying to just imagine how quickly or slowly the continents move. It's about the same rate at which your fingernails grow, more or less, you know? That's within, like, the same order of magnitude, I think, as continental drift. Rakami says, you were obsessed with continental drift? What do you mean? It's today's topic. Would you... Would you say that to, like, a professor? Like, oh, today we're talking about the Mohs scale for hardness of different minerals. You go, oh, you're obsessed with the Mohs scale. Like, what? You talk about it weekly. It's an important concept. I don't know. I feel like I've gone weeks without talking about it. I don't know. Let's continue.
movements shape the planet's surface.
There you go,
So
I
to
can,
determine
yeah.
when a new supercontinent will emerge, we need to predict where these plates are headed. One approach here is to look at how they've moved in the past. Geologists can trace the position of continents over
There you go,
time
Otto.
by measuring changes in Earth's magnetic field.
We were talking about this yesterday, yes, and I kind of did that in preparation for today's stream. Talking about the shifting of the Earth's magnetic poles and all that. We talked about this yesterday.
Cools. Its magnetic minerals are frozen at a specific point in time. So by calculating the direction and intensity of a given rock's magnetic field, we can discover the latitude at which it was located at the time of cooling. But this approach has serious limitations. For one thing, a rock's magnetic field doesn't tell us the plate's longitude, and the latitude measurement could be either north or south. Worse still, this magnetic data gets erased when the rock is reheated, like during continental collisions or volcanic activity. So, geologists need to employ other methods to reconstruct the continent's positions. Dating local fossils and comparing them to the global fossil
We'll be talking about
record
this today,
can help
too.
identifying previously connected regions.
So our critter Lystrosaurus, which is on the wall right here today, this was kind of an important animal in helping establish the idea that, like, oh shoot, some of these continents used to be stuck together, huh? We'll get to that in a bit.
The same is true of cracks and
Foreshadowing.
other
Foreshadowing.
deformations in the Earth's crust, which can sometimes be traced across plates. Using these tools, scientists have pieced together a relatively reliable history of plate movements, and their research revealed a pattern spanning hundreds of millions of years. What's now known as the Wilson cycle predicts how continents diverge and reassemble, and it currently predicts the next supercontinent will form 50 to 200
And hello. Holy moly, Diatom's attack. Well. It's good to have you here, Diatom's attack. How was your stream? I'm honored that you would raid in. If anybody here is not yet following Diatom's attack, you are missing out. Another real-life scientist who also streams here on Twitch. But Diatom's attack studies diatoms. These incredible photosynthetic microorganisms inhabiting Earth's freshwater and marine ecosystems. They produce a good portion of the oxygen you breathe every day. Yeah. And Anime Jugs, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Dirt is your second favorite thing after diatoms? Well, some fossil diatoms are found in. I was gonna say dirt, but I guess it's rock, huh? Just like the things that I study, macrofossils. Anyway, on today's broadcast, here on Paleontologizing, even though I am a dinosaur paleontologist, we're talking about continental drift, which ties in with dinosaur science in a lot of important ways. Today happens to be an important anniversary. Like I was posting earlier, January 6th is an important date. It was on this day years ago that across marble floors, through hallowed halls, a radical cry would upset the established order. That's right. Alfred Wegener announced his continental drift hypothesis to the Geological Association at the Senckenberg Museum in Frankfurt, January 6th, 1912. Continental drift is one of these concepts that was kind of revolutionary. We're talking about that scientific revolution today as an example of how a scientific consensus can change or be overturned with new evidence. That's the theme of today's stream, and I'm glad you're here for it. Yeah. Thank you, Diatoms, for the raid. I really appreciate you. Yeah. So yeah. And Anime Jugs says, dinosaurs so lucky to get to travel the world for free, albeit fairly leisurely. I mean, you've got an important point there. The cool thing about... One of the cool things about dinosaurs is their incredible morphological variety, their diversity of morphotypes. You have everything from little passerine birds to giant sauropods. Dinosaurs diversified wildly over their history, and they're still diversifying today, too, birds. But they also spread out across all 7 of Earth's continents, and they did this very quickly. It happened to be pretty easy because at the beginning of the dinosaurs' reign, all of Earth's continents were stuck together in one giant landmass that we today call Pangaea. This is about the time that dinosaurs first evolved, and so they could literally walk just about anywhere on Earth. So they kind of lucked out from the start in that respect. And thank you, Eric Hansen Art, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Anime Jugs says, I don't want to harsh the vibe, but you're really mispronouncing the first word of my name. You sure? Anyway. It's good to have you here. Anyway, so we were talking about, since we often have our most sophisticated viewers showing up at the beginning of the stream, I say this because, well, if you're here, you're included in that, right? We're starting off with something a little bit more advanced in our discussion of continental drift here.
50
But,
has revealed a pattern predicts how continents diverge and reassemble.
So that massive supercontinent Pangaea, we will once again have supercontinents in the future. And we can start to figure out maybe how and when that would happen by looking at how the continents are moving today. And if you project those future trends, well, here.
And it currently predicts the next supercontinent will form 50 to 250 million years from now. We don't have much
cool, right?
certainty on what that landmass will look like. It could be a new Pangaea that emerges from the closing of the Atlantic, or it might result from the formation of a new Pan-Asian Ocean.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I guess there isn't a consensus on what it will look like. But it's a neat thing to think about. And Apollo Python, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Was Pangaea on the equator or on a pole? I mean, it kind of, as I understand it, part of Pangaea was cut through by the equator. It's not like it was on the top or bottom of the Earth, but here. And Anime Jugs, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Here, I wish I could show you with our website, but it... Oh, there we go. For whatever reason, sometimes, like, it's like they changed the URL or something. It gotta clear my cache or something like that, but... Anyway, here is a representation of more or less what Earth's continents would look like 240 million years ago. This is in, like, what we call the Middle Triassic period. Which is a little confusing in and of itself, because the Middle Triassic is not actually in the middle of the Triassic. Here's the Triassic. The middle would be right here, which is actually the Upper Triassic. Anyway, Middle Triassic is actually an earlier part of the Triassic period. But anyway, 240 million years ago, this would be in the Ladinian stage of the Triassic. This is about the same time when the first dinosaurs were showing up. And this is roughly what our planet looked like at the time. And so, I guess the Earth's axis would be like this, at what, 23.5 degrees? So the equator would be around there. Yeah. So anyway, does that answer your question there, Apollo Python? Thanks for asking. And Hunky Dory Max, Allosaurus lived at the end of the Jurassic period. Yeah. Well, like Kimmeridgian and Tithonian, I think. So yeah, Allosaurus would have been Upper Jurassic. Yeah, Kimmeridgian into the Tithonian. And then seems to go extinct, or maybe evolve into something else at the end of the Jurassic. That's a little... There's some gaps in our knowledge there, for sure. Nova says, equator? I don't even know her. Well, get acquainted. And Lake Agassiz was an Ice Age lake. That's way, way, way later. Yeah, so Automaton, if we're talking about Lake Agassiz, that would not be during the Mesozoic era. The Mesozoic is when Pangaea broke apart. Lake Agassiz would be way up here in the Pleistocene, as I recall, during the last Ice Age, right? Late Pleistocene, in fact. Yeah. So yeah, from about 13,000 years ago until about 8,000 years ago, give or take. So yeah. Anyway. Giblix says that feels like way too much land for Pangaea. Well, I mean, here's the thing. Maybe it's too much water. Because on the other side of that coin, or planet, you have Panthalassa. So Pangaea, that name means all earth. Panthalassa means all ocean. So if you were to try and swim from the west coast of Pangaea to the east coast, it would take you a while. More ocean, more turtles. This is around the same time that the very first turtles were evolving, though, and we didn't have sea turtles yet, Lordy. Instead, we had other great marine reptiles. Things like Dinosaurus. And these other huge ichthyosaurs. The Triassic is their heyday, the age of giant ichthyosaurs, whale-sized ocean reptiles. Pretty amazing. But it's before the first sea turtles. And yeah, no turtles, yeah. You bet, Lordy, yeah. Yeah. And these guys were air breathers, absolutely, yeah. All marine reptiles, ichthyosaurs, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, marine crocs, nothosaurs, everybody else, all of these guys breathe air. And you might think that that's kind of a disadvantage for an animal that lives in the ocean. Like, don't you want to breathe, with gills if you're going to be an ocean animal? And surprisingly, the answer is no, not necessarily. If you're extracting oxygen from seawater, it's not a super efficient way of breathing. And so, yeah, you can often get much better bang for your buck by just coming up and taking gulps of air. There's some modern fishes that do this, usually not in the ocean, but like there's a lot of freshwater fish that'll come up and gulp air. Anyway, there's a lot of advantages to being an air-breathing animal that lives in the ocean. It's kind of a much more efficient metabolism in some ways with that. But anyway, that's not what we're talking about today. But yeah. And Gimblick says Pangaea wasn't on either pole, and that image appears to stretch to both. I mean, not... Well, kind of, I guess. Yeah. I mean, here's the thing, is that North America was further south, and I guess South America was too. The pole would be right there. The North Pole. South Pole, right here. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Kipling. You've got all the Earth's continents stuck together like this, and yeah, it's not like the continents had shrank or anything. Those continental plates are still roughly the same size. They're just rearranged. We've got a neat little demonstration of that here. We'll,
The idea...
Maybe we'll just jump into this right now, because it seems like folks are raring for it. This is a splendid documentary from 1970. This is kind of during this ongoing revolution in Earth science, when the idea of continental drift, plate tectonics, when there was a general consensus forming around this. It's really cool. This is from that time when this idea was starting to be accepted by more and more Earth scientists. So it's a neat little time capsule there. I think you'll like it a lot if you haven't already seen it. But it starts off with this nifty little demonstration. Take a look.
The idea of continents drifting about the globe is as old as the idea of flights to the moon, and until recently, equally laughable.
Which is kind of funny. 1970, this is a year after the first human beings walked on the moon, which was, what, July 1969? Pretty cool.
Earth scientists have been getting very excited about some new discoveries in geology and geophysics. To begin with, what is the evidence for continental drift? Professor Sir Edward Bullard explains the geometry.
Most people must have noticed that the coast of Africa is a very similar shape to the coast of South America.
Has anybody in the chat ever noticed this before? I certainly have. It's one of these things that, I mean, they look like puzzle pieces, which is a phrase that you'll probably hear a dozen times during this broadcast. But, yeah, lots of folks have noticed this over the ages.
It was pointed out, ages ago by Francis Bacon in the time of James I, but no one took the thing very seriously until Alfred Wegener, a polar explorer, just before the First War,
First World War, he means.
Suggested that once the two had fitted together like the pieces of a jigsaw puzzle.
This is so cool. Like, what a neat model here. These must be flexible magnets on essentially like a big ball bearing, you know? Pretty cool.
And in fact, they do fit really rather well. You get little gaps. In fact, I think the gaps on this model are probably bigger than the gaps in nature. There is a trick in fitting them together. That is that you've got to fit them at the real edge of the continent. The real edge of the continent is not the shoreline, it's the place where the shallow sea changes suddenly into the deep ocean. So there's a bit of sea here, but this is all shallow sea, and the thing that's been fitted is the real edge of the continent.
And so this is pointed out in the chat here by Hogan698. They fit together even better if you look at the continental shelf. Bingo. Hogan typed that out before it showed up on the screen here. But yeah. Yeah. And Rikami says, kind of weird we haven't been back to the moon with our current tech. I mean, I don't think that's weird. There just hasn't been the political will for that. It's expensive to do things like, you know, travel to space, especially with a manned mission. And right now, or really for the past 30 years, the United States, I think, has been deeply, deeply disinterested in investing in science. You know, it was considered a matter of national pride, even national security during the Cold War. You know, the United States has been repeatedly, again and again and again, losing to the Soviets in the space race. And then finally, the United States beat them to the moon and then declared victory. And then kind of threw away their space program to a certain extent, you know? Anyway. Yeah. It's the high ground. We should have a base there. I mean, it'd be cool to send more people to the moon, but I'm profoundly against the idea of having a military base in outer space. Like, what a profound waste that would be. I don't know. Anyway. I'm Cyberpunk says the Artemis missions are going back in the next few years. I mean, are they really, though? With all of the cuts that the U.S. government has been doing to science funding in this country, I'll believe it when I see it, you know? NASA's budget has been, what, cut in half? Science funding has been absolutely gutted, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And anyway, let's continue here.
Now, you can do this fitting in the rest of the Atlantic. You can put, if you're clever enough to fit it in, you can put Greenland in there, and you can bring North America across and fit it on. You've got to be a little careful with Spain. It has to be, Spain
I love the way that they open up this whole documentary with such a simple demonstration.
And then these two together will come round like this, and really the jigsaw puzzle pretty well goes together. But if you have a jigsaw puzzle, not only have the bits got to fit together, but the picture ought to fit together too. And it really does fit together excellently. And up here, this lot of rocks in this area are 2,000 million years old. And then there's quite a sharp line. And then here, there are rocks which are 500 million years old. Well, now, if you take this line between the two and go across this very narrow gap into Brazil, then you
find the same rocks
in a little village called, I think, San Luis here. And it's a wonderful thing.
And I like how the closed caption has got this correct, even though he meant Spanish. It's São Luís, because this is in Brazil. It's Portuguese, not Spanish. So São Luís. But yeah. What he's talking about here is this right here. This is not the same exact rocks, but you have other ones that extend across these different continents. Not just between South America and Africa, but also across Madagascar into India, Antarctica, and Australia like this. That is part of what gets me so excited about this protracted discovery of continental drift and plate tectonics, is you have literally pieces of evidence coming in from the whole wide world, different continents, and they're all kind of telling pieces of the same story here. The discovery of continental drift and plate tectonics, it's not just the story of one person like Alfred Wegener. He had suspicions back in the early 20th century, but he didn't have a mechanism for it. He didn't have all of the evidence. It took literally thousands of other researchers across the planet to be able to figure this out over the course of decades. I think it's one of the things that this documentary does really, really well, is it helps showcase this. Bits of evidence, not just from basic things like the shape of the continents, but things like geomagnetic evidence, paleobotanical evidence, so fossil plants, paleozoological evidence, fossil animals. You've got bands of rocks that are the same across different continents like this. You've got these different ridges in the seafloor. It's wild. So I'm so excited to talk about this today. But yeah. Anyway, before we get back into the documentary, I do want to finish out this other video first, talking about future supercontinents. Since the continents are always moving, we will have future supercontinents tens of millions of years from now. But yeah.
What's now known as the Wilson cycle predicts how continents diverge and reassemble, and it currently predicts the next supercontinent will form 50 to 250 million years from now.
And so that's kind of a big span. That's like half an order of magnitude. 50 to 250 million years from now, we'll have another supercontinent. That's because there's a lot that can happen in that time that can change the rate of continents moving and that kind of thing. These predictions are difficult to make, and we don't really have a full understanding of all the mechanisms yet. This is super cool stuff.
We don't have much certainty on what that landmass will look like. It could be a new Pangea that emerges from the closing of the Atlantic, or it might result from the formation of a new Pan-Asian ocean. But while its shape and size remain a mystery, we do know these changes.
Trick Track says, should I plan my mortgage ahead? I mean, if you plan on owning your home for another maybe 100 million years, then maybe. But, yeah, we're not going to be around then.
Will impact much more than our national borders. In the past, colliding plates have caused major environmental upheavals. When the Rodinia supercontinent broke up circa 750 million years ago, it left large landmasses vulnerable to weathering. This newly exposed rock absorbed more carbon dioxide from rainfall, eventually removing so much atmospheric CO2 that the planet was plunged into a period called Snowball Earth.
And so these are super important concepts because as paleontologists and geologists and other earth scientists, we know that big changes have happened on our planet before. And if we want to understand how future changes might affect our planet, well, we got to know what's happened in the past. It's why these fields are so important to, well, not just our understanding of how our planet works, but for human well-being and thriving. We've got to know how these things work,
Over time, volcanic activity released enough CO2 to melt this ice, but that process took another 4 to 6 million years. Meanwhile, when the next supercontinent assembles, it's more likely to heat things up. Shifting plates and continental collisions could create and enlarge cracks in the Earth's crust, potentially releasing huge amounts of carbon and methane into the atmosphere.
So we've seen this happen before in Earth history. Not seen, but we know that this has occurred by studying the past of our planet. So the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event, which is something we talked about a lot when we were in St. George, Utah last year. We talked about Camp, that gigantic magmatic province. That happened when the continent split apart. So here's Jeff Martz talking about this. Let's find that in the transcript real quick.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
And nice work. This is
Thank you.
this is gonna be a beautiful specimen. Holy cow.
I'm very excited.
Yeah.
And hey, Cacklinsworth, how are you doing? Hello, hello.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Yeah. Exciting stuff.
Sorry, we had.
Steady wins the race.
Thanks for your time, Michelle.
Thank you, Danny.
We're not finding a ton of stuff.
Yeah,
It's not
this
over here.
upper layer is spotty, but
Yeah, I did just find.
So Jeff Martz is
ish, but it's
professor of paleontology in Texas.
I got the other.
He came out to help us with this emergency dig last spring.
What did I just do with the other piece? Oh, here it is. Yeah, so that goes on to that. So we glue that all on, it might prep out. And there's a few things like that. You find some little thing, but if you're lucky, you find the piece you knocked off to expose it. You can glue it back on, and maybe they can prep it out. But like a lot of these little cute little things are.
Anyway, let's get to. Yeah, here we go.
our first day digging fossils here, and we've got people who've been doing this for decades. Jeff, would you want to introduce yourself again to anybody who might be new in the chat? We've got a bunch of new people.
I'm Jeff Martz. I'm currently the curator of paleontology at the Museum of Texas Tech University, and I kind of specialize in the Triassic.
Any Texans here in the chat?
A lot on Triassic vertebrates and Triassic sedimentology, and so that's.
Now, Hunky Dory Max, you're thinking of Jim Kirkland as the guy who discovered Utahraptor. This is Jeff Martz here, who works in the Triassic period. Yeah.
The period of time that, of course, precedes this. So that's kind of the earliest phase of the age of dinosaurs, when dinosaurs were just one of many very strange new animals that were appearing after the Permian extinction. And then by the time you get up to these beds in the Jurassic, there's been another big mass extinction that's killed off a lot of these other strange animals of the Triassic, and the dinosaurs are kind of left behind as the only common big land animals. And
So the extinction event that paved the way for the dinosaurs is the Triassic-Jurassic extinction event. That's what Jeff is talking about here. So between the Triassic and the Jurassic, this is about 200 million years ago, Triassic-Jurassic boundary. And so the rocks that we're digging in here last spring, these are from the earliest Jurassic period. And so I think Jeff will talk a little bit here about what caused that extinction event. And it's because of the continents breaking apart. You have all of these volcanoes going off and changing the composition of the atmosphere.
So the Jurassic here is kind of a slightly more modernized ecosystem than what you see in the Triassic, which is this very, very bizarre menagerie of things. And then you get up here and it's definitely the age of dinosaurs now.
Nice. Very cool. Yeah, it's been great having Jeff here. I've been picking his brain about all kinds of Triassic stuff, so I appreciate your patience.
No problem.
Yeah. Thanks again.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought he was going to talk about this here. I think it's later that we go back and talk to him about it. Let me see if I can scrub through and find that. Because it's important stuff and it has to do with today's subject. Let's see. Oh man, maybe it was a different day. Oh well. I'll give you a link if you'd like to watch the rest of this VOD. I might be going back to St. George for some more excavations this spring. We'll see. But, anyway. With the continents breaking apart, from a past supercontinent, you get this, this magmatic province like that. There we go. Central Atlantic Magmatic Province. So as these continents rift apart, in that rifting, you get a big rift zone, you get magma coming up to the surface, you get the outgassing of all kinds of greenhouse gases, fill the atmosphere, and they warm the climate. We're doing that right now as human beings, pumping massive quantities of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. Although we're doing it much, much, much faster than this. We're speedrunning this, essentially. It's like we're doing our very best to drive ourselves into extinction. We need to stop doing this like yesterday. It's about time humanity got really serious about stopping greenhouse emissions, because we've seen what happens when this occurs in Earth history. Multiple times this has caused mass extinction events. At the end of the Permian, at the end of the Triassic. It's nuts. Anyway.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago.
Lilith Hobo.
They were terrible lizards.
1,000 bits there. Thank you, Lilith Hobo. Appreciate you, Lilith Hobo. Thank you for the 1,500 bits. Holy cow. Really appreciate that. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. That's the reason I can do this full time. Yeah. Rikami says, try telling China. Rikami, China is making massive investments in renewable energy, leaving the United States in the dust right now. I mean, for crying out loud, the United States just started a war of choice for oil in Venezuela like 2 days ago. Don't talk to me about China doing this. That's the United States doing this. Oh boy, don't get me started. Oh. Anyway. What are the major greenhouse gases? Methane is a huge one. Carbon dioxide, another huge one. And then there's a host of other smaller ones, but those are the two most important ones. The biggest contributors to global warming are carbon dioxide and methane. Methane is emitted in far fewer, the volume of methane is much lower, but it's more potent than carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide is we're putting a lot more of that up there. So even though it's not as powerful as methane, it still contributes the lion's share of warming. If that makes sense. So yeah. But yeah, and there you go, MacMaster. Yeah. Truth. Anyhow. Let's continue though. So from the fossil record, from studying geology and paleontology, we know what happens when you get massive quantities of greenhouse gases released in the atmosphere. You cause major changes in the climate.
The process took another 4 to 6 million years. Meanwhile, when the next supercontinent assembles, it's more likely to heat things up. Shifting plates and continental collisions could create and enlarge cracks in the Earth's crust, potentially releasing huge amounts of carbon and methane into the atmosphere. This influx
There are carbon and methane, it's like I said.
Of greenhouse gases would rapidly heat the planet, possibly triggering a mass extinction. The sheer scale of these cracks would make them almost impossible to plug, and even if we could, the resulting pressure would just create new ruptures. Fortunately, we have at least 50 million years to come up with a solution here.
I mean, if we're going to be around for 50 million years, it's not looking like it. At the current rate things are going, but before we even considered stuff like this, we got to figure out how to stop our climate change that we're actively doing right now. But yeah.
And we might already be onto something. In Iceland, recently conducted trials were able to store carbon in basalt, rapidly transforming these gases into stone. So it's possible a global network of pipes could redirect vented gases into basalt outcrops, mitigating some of our emissions now and protecting our supercontinental future.
Again, we're talking about 50 million years from now. Let's try and make it through the next few decades first. Then we can worry about this. I'm not saying don't think about it, but like, when did this video come out? 2 years ago. You know, a much more optimistic time. Anywho. Continental drift. Here's a link to this video here from Ted Ed. Let's see here. There's a SciShow episode about Alfred Wegener that I think would be nice to kind of help anchor our discussion here a little bit before we get back into that 1970 documentary. Let's take a look at this here.
Don't you just love it when you're right? Of course you do. And so do scientists, though the scientific method makes us have to pretend like we aren't. Fact is, the whole of scientific history is filled with people who were totally right and everybody thought they were wrong. And today I want to tell you about one of those people. He changed the way that we look at the Earth. Alfred Wegener was born in 1880 in Germany. He was one of those rare people that's just good at and interested in a lot of different things. He got his degree in astronomy, but went into the relatively young field of meteorology, where he pioneered the use of balloons to track air currents and went on expeditions to Greenland to study polar weather, at which he was totally badass. He spent winters in a hut drilling ice cores, and he also made the longest crossing of Greenland's ice cap on foot, for the win. But he was also interested in other stuff, including geophysics, which is why he got totally obsessed with this. He couldn't...
Yeah. The shape of the continents. Shane says Hank looks so young. Well, I mean, this video is from a number of years ago. 13 years ago, in fact. Holy cow. So yeah, yeah, Brother Hank there is looking a bit younger. I also looked a bit younger 13 years ago.
Help but notice, like some school children will, that Africa and South America almost look like puzzle pieces. Sure, they're thousands of miles apart, but they really look like they fit together. Of course, other people picked up on this. Like I said, you probably did around 4th grade. But another one of Wegener's great qualities is that he wasn't afraid to ask the stupid-sounding questions. So he just started asking people, continents moving, is that a thing? And if it was a thing, how would we know that it was a thing? And because he was a voraciously curious guy, he was looking for the answers to those questions in all kinds of places, and guess what? He found out that fossils of the same plant species had been found on both sides of the Atlantic. He discovered that the geology of the Appalachians was almost identical to that of the Scottish Highlands, and he learned that distinctive rock strata found in South Africa were the same as in parts of Brazil. Almost as if the continents, I don't know, drifted. Finally, in 1914, while laid up in a military hospital bed during World War I, he pieced together his theory that all of the land masses on Earth used to be part of a single continent called the Ur-continent, or the origin...
So, hang on. I know people are joking around having fun, and I approve of that. I'm just trying not to be annoyed with all of the, like, conspiracy theory jokes and stuff like that in the chat, because that's something that I'm a little bit leery about when we're talking about something like this, because Alfred Wegener, people, I don't know, this is one of those classic stories of somebody who kind of went against the establishment and later turned out to be correct. But the story's not as simple as that. I don't want anybody to walk away from this stream thinking like, oh, well, you know, maybe other crackpot ideas are correct. To be very clear, Alfred Wegener, these ideas were not crackpot ideas, and I feel like when we retell this story, a lot of people are really quick to try and paint it that way. Like, oh yeah, everyone thought he was crazy. It's like, no, people didn't think he was crazy. He made some observations, which were really interesting and compelling, but he didn't have a solid mechanism for how his continental drift idea would actually work. His ideas were lacking in that regard, you know? If he'd had a mechanism right away, he would have convinced everybody on the spot. He was ahead of his time in some ways, but...
more dinosaurs.
And Scribe Stories, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I don't know, I don't want this stream to be a, like, for people to think that, oh, you know, maybe if this idea was considered crazy, then maybe these other ideas, which are crazy, maybe they won't be crazy. You know what I mean? You picking up what I'm putting down here? Yeah. So anyway, what was that phrase from Carl Sagan? Let's see if I can find this. Use of the word genius here, but we'll excuse that. There's old Uncle Carl. It'd be nice if they had an attribution to which book this is from. I think it might be Demon Haunted World, or it might be an essay of his or something like that. But anyway, the fact that some geniuses were laughed at does not imply that all those who are laughed at are geniuses. They laughed at Columbus, they laughed at Fulton, they laughed at the Wright brothers. But they also laughed at Bozo the Clown. You know? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anywho, claims require evidence. Exactly, Hogan. Exactly. Let's get back to, good old Henry Green here.
Of all continents.
Here we go.
Together his theory that all of the land masses on Earth used to be part of a single continent called the Ur-continent, or the origin of all continents. And over time, the masses moved, scattering fossils and rock patterns around the world. The next year, he published his research in a book, The Origin of Continents and Oceans. And the scientific community responded. They totally freaked out on him. Geologists dismissed him as a glorified weatherman. They held entire conferences devoted to debunking his book. Even his father-in-law, who was the most prestigious meteorologist in Germany, told him he should have probably stuck to the balloon thing. The conventional wisdom at the time was that continents used to be connected by land bridges that later...
So, yeah, and we'll get into this because I have a book that shows this here. I mean, there were a lot of people who were enthusiastic about Wegener's idea, paleontologists among them. But, sure, a lot of people were dismissive of the idea, but they didn't, nobody really called him a crank or anything, you know? You know what I mean? Here, I'll show you. We've got a clip about this right here. I think it's this next segment.
But the rocks at the western end...
More tenuous. But if you place Australia fairly close to India, there are certain geological contours, minerals and so on, which would seem to link the two continents together. But it's not only rock formations that leave traces for scientists to look at. In the study of fossils, paleontologists have always been keen enthusiasts for the drift theory.
Yep, because the fossil evidence is consistent with the idea of moving continents. You know, there have been paleontologists way back in the early 20th century who were proponents of this idea.
And certain dinosaurs do provide evidence.
An animal such as this little dinosaur here, Coelophysis, will do very well. You can see from the hind limbs that Coelophysis was a little fast-running dinosaur.
Yep.
We know Coelophysis from some deposits in Arizona and also in Rhodesia.
So, Rhodesia, which is now, oh goodness, what's the proper name? Is it Namibia? Zaire? Not South Africa, McMaster. Zimbabwe. And Zambia, too. Yeah. Thank you, Renfield. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, this is Coelophysis. If you've seen Walking with Dinosaurs, you're familiar with this critter. The original 1999 Walking with Dinosaurs. There we go. This critter. Good old Coelophysis. Nowadays, the ones from Africa, we call them by different genus names. It's not Coelophysis, but it's a close relative. Things like, Megapnosaurus, aka Centarsus. Yeah.
So one way or another, he could get around the world between those two continents. And so could a lot of the other big dinosaurs which lived in the world with him. Unfortunately, we don't know the route by which they could get from one place to the other. Today, of course, you can't get across the Bering Straits. But in those days, there are many reasons for believing that the Bering Straits region was much warmer than it is today, and also that there was dry land there. So all of these dinosaurs, for example, those that were living in North America, could have spread across the Bering Straits into Asia, and then on down into Africa. In fact,
And here we go. Here's Listersaurus, which is not a dinosaur. It's an ancient mammal relative, a synapsid. We've got a skull of Listersaurus right here. Printed on the wall, and 3D printer is now done. We might print a Listersaurus skull during today's stream. Anyway.
Listersaurus is probably the best evidence from the vertebrates of continental drift.
Yeah.
Now we've known this little reptile from deposits in South...
It's not a reptile, it's a synapsid. It's really out of date in that regard. But yeah.
And China, and in India.
And pigeon coop, saurus, as a suffix, means lizard or reptile, which is kind of funny because this critter, Listersaurus here, not a reptile. It's a synapsid. It's like a mammal ancestor, essentially. Right here. So sauropsids and synapsids, the reptiles and mammals, respectively. These are two different kinds of amniote animal. They diverged way back when animals first started laying eggs on land. And the mammals and reptiles have been separate ever since. This guy is on the mammal side of things, little Listersaurus. In fact, we've got a Listersaurus clip that I can show you. What's really cool is that at the end of the Permian period, we've got this major mass extinction event that we call the Great Dying sometimes. It's something like maybe 90% of all species on Earth, both on the land and in the oceans, died out. Just completely wiped out, gone forever. It's sometimes referred to as a time when life nearly died, when we almost had life completely wiped out on our planet. And this is because of runaway global warming from massive, massive, massive volcanic eruptions and what we call the Siberian traps. So up in Siberia, you had just thousands of cubic miles of lava spilling out and all of these greenhouse gases going up into the atmosphere and changing the climate. Again, this is basically what we're trying to speedrun right now as human beings. Instead of taking millions of years, we're trying to do it in like a couple centuries. Not good. Anyway, so after this, after the Great Dying, you had a few lucky survivors, and one of those was good old Lystrosaurus here. Very funny pigeon coop. Is apparently too much for YouTube to handle right now. Come on, YouTube. What are you doing? Oh, boy. Petrodactylus says, I want to boop its nose. There's something very endearing about it. I remember when I was on a big road trip with Lordy, we were at a science museum. We might have been at the Field Museum, and we were able to catch like one of their little movies that they have there in the theater. And one of them featured the Permian mass extinction like that and the aftermath, and it showcased Lystrosaurus being one of the survivors. And I remember Lordy referring to them as the little pigs because they looked kind of little and pig-like in that. But it's just kind of like a sausage-shaped animal walking around. Oh boy, let's refresh and see if... There we go. Aw. Yeah. And they do make it look pretty cute in this, don't they, Shane? I like that. It's very endearing as a little critter. And Lilithoba says, our ancestors had nictitating membranes? Yes. Yeah. Ancestral mammals had nictitating membranes. I think a few mammals still kind of have that. We talked about this a few weeks ago. I'm not going to get into it right now. But yeah. And Petrodactylus says, weren't these also in Walking with Dinosaurs? You're thinking of Placerius, which is kind of the last gasp of the Dicynodonts. Placerius was big. So this animal is also a member of this same group, and it is one of the last of its kind. Placerius. But yeah, it's also a Dicynodont. Good to see the stage show. Very cool, Kelly Kong. It's Walking with Dinosaurs. The stage show was pretty neat. And Pigeon Coop, thank you for the 2 months of support.
That's the dinosaur man.
Dinosaur man.
Thank you, Pigeon Coop, for the 2 months there. I really appreciate it. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past couple months. Excellent. Let's continue. Yeah, uh-oh. Alexander Morrison says, this documentary is one of the few programs that actually show erythrosoukids. Big ups for that. You would say that, Alexander Morrison. Sukian fan that you are. Anyway, there's a big crocodile-y type critter that eats some of these guys. I'm not going to show you that, though, because I'm sure everybody is just fawning over how cute Lystrosaurus is right here. It's a cool animal, and the cool thing about Lystrosaurus is... Oh, this guy's going to talk about it.
Into Asia, and then on down into Africa. In fact, Lystrosaurus is probably the best evidence from the vertebrates of continental drift. Now, we've known this little reptile from deposits in South Africa and China and in India for quite a long time.
Yep.
This is a skull, which I think shows its structure quite clearly, as the lower jaw down here, rather a downturned snout, the nostrils and the eyes. Now, the important fact was the discovery of this animal in Antarctica only last December.
Which is crazy. Finding this animal in Antarctica. So if you were one of the Earth scientists back then who thought the continents didn't move, then how in the world do you get Lystrosaurus in South Africa, in India, in China, and in Antarctica? These guys are not particularly, you know, athletic. You can't really picture them, like, swimming across an ocean or something like that. So, like, how would you get them in all these disparate places across the country? Across the world, excuse me. Around the globe. How? How?
Now, for Lystrosaurus to have got to Antarctica and to have survived there implies, I think, such different positions of the continents and climatic conditions in the continents that surely continental drift is the only reasonable explanation.
So there you go. Yeah. And it turns out that was the case. Yeah. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. I'm glad folks like Lystrosaurus so much. I happened to find a Lystrosaurus file before today's stream. Let's see if I can 3D print that. We've got our leatherback turtle bobblehead over on the 3D printer right now. Let me go take that off of there, and we'll get the 3D printer reheated up, and we'll see if maybe we can print this Lystrosaurus skull. Hang on just a minute. All right. Memory card in there. Boop-a-loop. And downloads. And we've got the skull and the jaw here. Let's see if these will fit on the print bed. A little small. There. Let me try printing the larger one. It'll be nice to have this in the collection for future streams. This is a little simplified, but you know what? It'll be fine. I don't know if we really have like a beautifully preserved Lystrosaurus skull. These are not uncommon animals, or they're not rare animals. But let's do 300%. Let's do 400 actually. Here, we'll rotate this on the y-axis 90 degrees. We will split it right there. Rotate lower part upwards. Let's see if we can put this on one print bed or if we gotta do two. Looks like we gotta do two. That's okay. We can at least get this started for now. That. Yeah. I don't think we need a brim there. Infill 5%. That all looks good. Slice now. Let's see how long this will take to print. I've got a really small diameter nozzle on the printer right now, so for fine detail stuff, we could print this with a much bigger nozzle and not really lose any detail. 9 hours, 51 minutes. You know what? That's okay. Let's get that started. We'll go ahead and export that G-code. Here. Save. And I'm going to change out the printer filament too. We'll print it in a nice copper color. Or no, we'll do bronze because I already have bronze over there. That'll be nice. There we go. Excellent. Put that in. All right. Turns out a Lystrosaurus skull. Good stuff. I'm excited. And if anybody wants to print the same thing, I'll give you a link. It's actually available for free, which is neat. It is a sculpt. It's not a scan of an actual fossil. But it's still really nice. Here it is on Colts 3D. It is free, as you can see right here. There's the link there in the chat for you. Good stuff. There even says, hello, I'll have one dinosaur, please. Unfortunately, all I can do for you right now is a Dicynodont, which is a kind of proto-mammal, a synapsid proto-mammal. Anyhow, it's an important critter. And, yeah, a big part of the early evidence for continental drift. Good stuff. And yeah, a lot of those early synapsids got real small tails, Golganek. Which, I mean, these guys are already kind of on the way to you know, to being pretty mammally in that regard. I was looking for Lystrosaurus files to 3D print earlier today, and some of these really kind of highlight how stumpy the tails are. Yeah. I might purchase this model and print that as a little maquette. I think that would be really neat. Yeah, look at these ones. It's kind of frolicking there. Nice. Oh, Lystrosaurus. This little proto-mammally guy. The ones wallowing like hippos. You gotta love them, you know? Yeah. Look at this one. Pretty cool. Fiber says, I wonder how pig-like they would have been. It's a good question, yeah. Yeah. I mean, in some ways, they're...
These
you can see them being pretty pig-like.
or herbivores had as many as 2,000 teeth in their jaws at one time.
And Jedi Mega Man, thank you for the 39 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Jedi Mega Man. Excellent.
Since 1933, when Los Alamos was established,
well, if you think about it, today, pigs are pretty adaptable, versatile animals. They're omnivorous. They use their snouts to root around in the dirt for all different kinds of foodstuffs. I imagine that these guys would have been similar, kind of ecological generalists. Given that they're part of a recovery fauna, they're living in environments that would have been pretty tough. They would have, you know, they're not super specialized. They would need to eat a wide variety of different things. They're kind of pig-like, you know? It's easy to see that. Like, it's easy to imagine them that way. It doesn't take a lot of effort. Lystrosaurus. Cool critter. Very cool critter. This group, the Dicynodonts, would exist throughout the Triassic period, and then they might persist into the earliest Jurassic. Let's see. What is the current consensus on this? Dicynodontia. And it means two dog teeth, if I remember correctly. Yeah, two dog tooth. Members of the group possessed a horny, typically toothless beak, unique amongst all synapsids. Interesting. They first appear in southern Pangaea during the mid-Permian, about 270 million years ago, give or take, and become globally distributed as the dominant herbivorous animals of the late Permian. They were devastated at the end Permian mass extinction that wiped out most other therapsids. But they rebounded at the beginning of the Triassic, but subsequently declined and died out towards the end of that period. So I guess they didn't make it into the Jurassic, huh? Interesting. Yeah, some of them got big, like Lyzowischia from the late Triassic. This is an example of what we call Cope's rule. This idea that, like, as a lineage of organisms continues to evolve over time, all things being equal, they tend to get larger. So often the last member of a lineage will also be the largest one, and Lyzowischia is one of the very last of the Dicynodonts, as I understand it. Yeah. Can't keep a good dog tooth down. There you go, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. And Mythundere, how are you doing? Two teeth, looks inside, toothless. Well, I mean, they've got tusks, or... Yeah. Anyhow. So yeah, they basically have two teeth, and that's it. Interesting to think about, you know? Yeah. Did any other mammal-aligned critters ever get beaks? Asks Rushway. Maybe. The monotremes, we could talk about whether or not they have beaks today. Does the platypus have a beak? Would you call that a beak? Does the echidna? Is that a beak? Platypus have bills, says Automaton. Well, it depends on what your definition of a beak is. In dinosaur paleontology, we usually say that a beak is edentulous, so it's lacking teeth, and it has a keratinous sheath over it. So that would be like a rhamphotheca is the term that we would use. So, rhamphotheca. Okay, it redirects to beak. But yeah, the outer surface of a beak consists of a thin sheath of keratin called the rhamphotheca, which can be subdivided into the rhinotheca and the gnathotheca for the upper and lower jaws. Yeah. It's funny because yeah, beaks and mammals don't really go together, I guess. Even though a platypus has a bill, I think it still has teeth. And when I think of a beak, I think of it being characteristically toothless. And mammals generally have teeth. Mammals are all about the teeth, typically. So yeah. What about a beaked whale, though? Do they have a beak? So these guys are also edentulous, except for 2 teeth, just like Dicynodonts. And I think in some species, only the males have those 2 teeth, the tusks. The females don't. So, Baird's beaked whale here, yeah. Yeah, is that a beak? Does a beak have to be covered with keratin? So, yeah. I wonder. Yeah, it is an interesting observation that in most mammals, you don't get beaks. And when you do, it's noteworthy. Is it, like, it's questionable. Is this even a beak? Anyway, yeah. And is a duck's bill a beak, asked Mythundere. I would say it is. Yeah. There. Mallard with an injured beak after a dog attack. Oh, poor Mallard. Well, control your dogs. But yeah. It's called a beak here. It's funny in that, like, when we as scientists are having conversations with people about living things, gotta make sure we get our terminology straight. Make sure that we're on the same page with the terms that we're using. Because oftentimes a scientist will be using a word in a certain way that's at odds with how other people use it. Other people might be more familiar with, like, folk taxonomy, you know? So, vernacular naming system. Folk biological classification is the way people traditionally describe and organize the world around them, typically making generous use of form taxa, such as shrubs, bugs, ducks, fish, algae, vegetables. Or economic criteria, such as game animals, pack animals, weeds, and other like terms. This is something that I'm kind of fascinated by, is just the differences in how different people talk about stuff. You know? Yeah. Yeah, like explode. Wait, what's this, Claire? Oh, right.
If bones are permineralized with iron pyrite, like fool's gold, then they're really temperature and humidity change sensitive. So, like, changes in temperature or humidity can make them expand or contract, and that can basically like blow up the bones. Not blow up like an explosion, like a fireball, but like, you know, they can come apart. We use a lot of terms like that in paleontology, like, oh yeah, it's exploded. We mean that happened over a long period of time and came apart.
It didn't go kaboom, you know? Yeah. How did we get here? Oh, we were talking about Lystrosaurus, talking about beaks, all that good stuff. Anywho. Let's check on our Lystrosaurus printing right now. Doesn't look like much yet, but it'll build up layer by layer, and yeah, good stuff. And Mayor Space makes a good point, which I missed earlier. Control your dogs, if not for the safety of others. How about your dog's own safety? Here in Florida, gators snap up dogs all the time. Oh yeah. Lots of dogs get hit by cars where I live, you know? Cats, too. Keep your animals inside. Anyway, there you go. Pigeon. Pigeon coop, yep. Mountain lions. Pumas, I should say. Oh boy, let's not get drawn into a discussion of the proper name for this animal. So many different names, talking about folk taxonomies, folk etymology. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho. Let's get back to continental drift here, shall we?
In fact, the study of weather in prehistoric times, paleoclimatology, has shown that certain parts of the world have undergone extreme changes in temperature and climate. England, for example, must have been nearer the equator.
We have here a typical well-rounded desert sandstone, typical of the Sahara today, and yet we're now in this bleak part of Durham, and this sandstone...
I'm sorry, bleak part of Durham? You'll have to be more specific.
And yet we're now in this bleak part of Durham, and this sandstone, which is about 250 million years old, gives you excellent method of determining the direction of east in the past. You can see from the dunes here that the wind direction must have been blowing these grains up and down over the dune. So from this you can work out the wind direction. At that time the wind was blowing from the east across here, and yet today it is quite clearly in this direction. So quite clearly Britain must have rotated relative to the pole since that time.
And the wind's always blow in one direction like that? Huh.
In the southern hemisphere, glaciated rocks of the Permian age were recently found as far north as India.
Yep.
If one reconstructs what might have been the South Polar ice cap at that time,
Bingo.
The implications are fairly startling.
And look at these effects. Holy cow, 1970 cutting edge stuff. You gotta love it, you know? Talk about practical effects. One more time. Wow.
In the southern hemisphere, glaciated rocks of the Permian age were recently found as far north as India. If one reconstructs what might have been the South Polar ice cap at that time, the implications are fairly startling.
Toward the shore on a beach. You might be right there, Claire, yeah. Yeah, how's that for some movie magic there, Fried Egg? Welcome back. It's good to see you.
Even so, all the evidence so far was only an indication and not actual proof of continental drift. But during the last decade, the science of paleomagnetism has transformed the picture. This solid wall of rock, began life in liquid state some 300 million years ago. As it welled up to the surface from the interior of the Earth, it cooled, solidified, and became magnetized by the Earth's magnetic field. The direction of this magnetization will remain frozen in the rock until it returns to a liquid state. These scientists are taking a sample of the rock so that they can measure the direction of the magnetism. I might imagine that the magnetism in samples from all over the world would all point north-south. The answer is they don't.
I like how it used a hand pump back then to lubricate it. I wonder if they still work like that.
Different ages from different places point to different north poles. But there's only one north pole, and as it stays more or less in the same place in relation to the sun, it's therefore the rock samples that have moved.
Yep. And there you go, fried egg, yeah.
If the samples have moved, then so have the continents. So how do we find out exactly where they were?
This is a model of the Earth's magnetic field as we see it at the moment.
I love the physical models here. I mean, nowadays everything would be, you know, in a computer program. There's something very charming about a physical model like this, you know? I love it.
By that which would arise from a large magnet buried at the center of the Earth.
And Shane, yeah, we did talk about how the poles switch. I think they knew that at the time. I think what they mean is the poles they don't go around in a circle. They just flip, you know?
And the lines of force come out from the region of the South Pole and go in again in the region of the North Pole. And
those are the Milankovitch cycles, Claire. That's the wobbling of the Earth's axis. What we're talking about is the magnetic poles switching back and forth.
Compass needles on this frame follow the direction of this magnetic field at the Earth's surface. A rock forming on the equator now would acquire a magnetization parallel with the Earth's surface, and at some intermediate latitude, such as England, it would acquire a magnetization dipping about 66 degrees into the ground. And one forming at the pole would acquire a directional magnetization vertically into the Earth.
That's so cool.
Well, the directional magnetization in this rock is nearly horizontal, and this means that
what a dynamic speaker here.
When it was formed and has acquired this horizontal magnetization, or if the magnetic pole was in the Pacific in those days, then we see that the magnetic field in England was horizontal. Either way, this means that when this rock was formed, England was in equatorial regions relative to the pole in those days.
Yep.
And this is what paleomagnetism is all about. We can estimate the ancient position of continents by measuring the directional magnetization from rocks within them.
Yeah, super cool stuff. We got a question from Chris Strahl. Do we know what the magnetic pole switching would have, what effect it would have on us today? I think we almost watched a video about that the other day. Let's see if we can find it again. Yeah, here we go, from Insider Tech. Let's take a look at this.
Did you know that Earth has two North Poles? There's the geographic North Pole, which never changes, and there's the magnetic North Pole, which is always on the move.
It moves
right
a little
now,
bit.
It's moving faster than usual. Over the last 150 years, the magnetic North Pole has casually wandered 685 miles across northern Canada. But right now, it's racing 25 miles a year to the northwest. This could be a sign that we're about to experience something humans have never witnessed before.
And Andrew Memorex, yes, the poles do flip. We were talking about this yesterday, right? Yeah. Here. This is one of the ways that we make the geological timescale. We can radiometrically date different rocks to tell how old they are, to like give us a number on them. And we can match that up with the occurrence of different fossils. If we know that certain fossils occur in certain places on our planet at certain times, you can match those up and correlate them with those different times. You can also match that up with different kinds of isotope data, different kinds of chemical data, temperature data. You can match that up with geomagnetic data too. Find this larger. Let's see. This is what I want, but it's too small. Yeah, it's a little small there, but well, it'll work for our purposes right now. When we're looking at our chronostratigraphic chart, talking about the different periods in Earth history, we've got different fossils from these, different rock formations. The Earth's magnetic poles are constantly flipping throughout Earth history. The magnetic north switches to become magnetic south. And we actually have that mapped out, which is really cool. Again, this is the work of literally thousands of researchers across the globe have figured this out. And it's something we're constantly refining all the time.
Extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet.
Something humble, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I appreciate your humility and your follow. Welcome. So these white and black lines, it almost looks like a weird barcode here. These are magnetic reverse and magnetic normal. I think that's the right terminology. Again, I don't work in geomagnetostratigraphy or anything. But you get long periods of normal or reverse like this. So here in the Cretaceous, you've got a super long period, tens of millions of years without it switching. So anyway, when you're trying to figure out the age of a certain kind of rock, it's almost like a process of elimination sort of thing, you know? Think of it almost like a Sudoku puzzle. Like, we found this particular fossil here in these rocks, and then the magnetostratigraphy, that shows that this is a reverse period, and then the isotopes show this, and then and these are above these rocks, but below these ones. You start to figure out how everything fits together until it all makes sense. So magnetostratigraphy is a big part of that, you know? And Andrew Memrick says it looks like a barcode. Yeah. Pretty neat, right? So anyway, let's talk about what would happen if that were to flip. Because we know it's happened so many times in Earth's past. What would happen if we lived through that?
A magnetic polar flip. And when this happens, it could affect much more than just your compass.
Right now on the surface of the planet, it looks like it's just a bar magnet, right? Our compasses are just pointing toward one pole at a time because there's a dominant two-pole dipole system.
But sometimes, Earth doesn't always just have a single magnetic north and south pole. Evidence suggests that for hundreds to thousands of years at a time, our planet has had 4, 6, and even 8 poles at a time. This is what has happened when the magnetic poles flipped in the past. When it happens again, it won't be good news for humans. Now you might think that 8 poles must be better than 2, but the reality is that multiple magnetic fields would fight each other. This could weaken Earth's protective magnetic field by up to 90% during a polar flip.
That'd be bad news for electronics.
Earth's
at the very
magnetic
least.
field is what shields us from harmful space radiation, which can damage cells, cause cancer, and fry electronic circuits and electrical grids. With a weaker field in place, Some scientists think this could expose planes to higher levels of radiation, making flights less safe. This could also disrupt the internal compass in many animals, which use the magnetic field for navigation.
Yep.
Even more
That includes
extreme,
sea turtles.
it could make certain places on the planet too dangerous to live. But what exactly will take place on the surface is less clear than what will undoubtedly happen in space. Satellites and crewed space missions will need extra shielding that we'll have to provide ourselves. Without it, intense cosmic and solar radiation will fry circuit boards and increase the risk of cancer in astronauts. Our modern way of life could cease to exist. We know this because we're already seeing a glimpse of this in an area called the South Atlantic Anomaly. Turns out, the direction of a portion of the magnetic field deep beneath this area has already flipped. And scientists say that's one reason why the field has been steadily weakening since 1840. As a result, the Hubble Space Telescope and other satellites often shut down their sensitive electronics as they pass over the area. And astronauts on the International Space Station report seeing a higher number of bright flashes of light in their vision, thought to be caused by high-energy cosmic rays that the weaker field can't hold back. Since experts started measuring the anomaly a few decades ago, it has grown in size and now covers a fifth of Earth's surface, with no signs of shrinking anytime soon. This is so extreme that it could be a sign we're on the brink of a polar flip, or we may already be in the midst of one. But scientists remain skeptical, mainly because
the last thing the poles reversed was 780,000 years ago. So it's not, we don't have an oral record of it.
Right, we don't know what it looks like.
780,000 years is over double the time that Earth usually takes between flips.
Since the last
is that
extinction.
Hang on. Usually takes. We've got like tens of millions of years during the Cretaceous, right? When it was one way without flipping. So do we really have, can you really confidently say that, oh, it usually takes this length of time? I mean, this looks, I'm not going to say this doesn't look neat and regimented, you know? But at least it's a little bit more regular than this right here, you know? Anyhow. And Andrew Memrick says, I wonder if this could also be the cause of some ice ages? No, well, we know what caused the last ice ages. It's Milankovitch cycles, which is, it's a tilt in the Earth's axis. So the Earth wobbling on its axis a little bit, it creates more extreme seasons. Especially winter in the northern hemisphere. But yeah,
there've been reversals roughly every.
So this doesn't really have anything to do with ice ages.
Every 300,000 years.
I understand.
So what gives? Well, scientists haven't figured it out yet. It's unnerving to think that our modern way of life, banking, the stock exchange, missile tracking, GPS, relies on the outcome of something we can neither predict nor control. One study went so far as to estimate...
That's life on Earth, baby. You know, we live on a planet that is constantly in motion. Things are changing all the time. That's why it's so important to study and understand these things, you know? In some respects, we have been incredibly lucky that things have been very calm and... Yeah, you know, but sometimes nature steps in and says hello. Mini pie. Yeah. Hey, let's finish this video out, and then we'll attend to our landlord here.
A single giant solar storm today could cost the U.S. up to $41.5 billion a day in damages. And that's with the Earth's magnetic field at its current strength. It's frightening to even imagine the devastation a storm would bring to an Earth with a magnetic field only 10% as strong as it is now. We may not be able to stop a polar flip, but we can at least start to take measures to minimize the damage. The first step? Figure out what's going on with this wacky field. On the hunt are the European Space Agency's swarm satellites that are currently collecting the most precise data on the strength of Earth's magnetic field. Right now, they could be our greatest hope for solving this riddle.
Yeah, shoot. It's a good thing that the U.S. is currently pouring more money into science research than it's ever done in the past, right? No, we're actually doing the exact opposite from that. Like, absolutely gutting science funding. Research programs are being cut left and right. Scientists are moving out of the United States and fleeing to other countries where hopefully they can get a crumb of funding. The situation is dire right now. Like, it's not just shooting ourselves in the foot. It's like, it's just dropping grenades there left and right. Ah! Anyway, yeah, and this video is from 7 years ago. Here is a link that I'll share with you. There we go. There we are. Yeah. This is not 2024 anymore, so Shiva empty. Well, frankly, during the last several presidential administrations, science funding has been repeatedly cut. It's not been keeping up with inflation. It's basically since the 1990s, I think, in the U.S., science funding has been kind of in freefall. So yeah, anyway. Not good. Not good, folks. Really not good. Yeah. What are you doing, Mini Pie? There. We've got a visit from our landlord here. He's come to say hello. How's you, Mini Pie? Yeah. Look at you. Look at you. Yeah. Yeah. She says, pay me, pay me. All right, Mini Pie. All right. Yeah. And yeah, fried egg, it's... Oh, you're an ecologist. Oh, cool. It's, I feel you there. Shoot. Things are gonna get worse before they get better, but let's fight for things to get better, you know? Alright, Minnie. Yeah, well, I was gonna put the treats right here. Look. Whoa, look at all those. So many. Let's take a few of those back. I don't know if you're gonna eat all of them. Oh, there we go. Good stuff. Kate in 2010 says, I wonder why people hate science. Well, I mean, a big part of it is that science is about finding out what's really true. And if people gain power and influence by making stuff up or telling lies, science calls them out on that, you know? And a lot of folks can't handle that, including, like, a huge number of politicians and religious leaders and media figures and all kinds of folks. They hate the idea that there is, like, some arbiter of objective reality, you know? A way to actually figure out what's true and what's not. So many people are terrified of that idea, you know? That's what it ultimately comes down to, you know? Which is one of the big reasons why, especially here in the US, not only is science funding being cut, but education funding. You know? The current presidential administration, they're trying to, like, abolish literally get rid of the Department of Education in the United States. Don't get me started. Oh boy. Let's get back to our documentary here and continue this. Yeah.
At Newcastle
And Andrew Memrick says a lot of U.S. scientists are moving to the EU. This is true, and it's creating increased competition for scientists in the European Union. But also, a lot of science funding in the European Union is also being cut, because what we're seeing right now is a global rise in right-wing politics. You know? It's not just happening in the US. It's happening on 6 of Earth's continents. Maybe 7 if you also count all the funding to the Antarctic research programs being cut too. It's a global problem. Yeah.
University, scientists found it simpler to work out where the poles appeared to be and to plot a polar wandering curve. The first man to do the fieldwork for this was the man who's now Professor of Physics, Professor Runcorn.
The Earth is a gyroscope, and the gyroscopic effects, due to its rotation, not only keep the axis of rotation fixed in space, but also control the generation of the Earth's magnetic field, so that the magnetic pole, on average, coincides with the geographical pole. Some years ago, I examined...
Again, like, take note that this was from 1970 right here, so a lot of what he's saying might be mostly correct, maybe still, but I'm sure there's a lot more nuance nowadays. I'm sure if we were to have, like, geophysicists, if I had a geophysicist here sitting next to me, who, you know, is an active contributor to this field, I'm sure she would have some things to say about this. So take this with a grain of salt. It very well might be outdated, Andrew Memorex. Yeah.
examine the directions of magnetization of rocks from the top to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, which cover 1,000 million years. The results form a rather simple pattern. The pole appears to move, as viewed from North America, in an arc around the North Pacific. The surprising result, which came out of this work, was that the polar wandering path from America was about 25 degrees west of the polar wandering path derived from rocks from Europe. This was the fundamental paleomagnetic evidence for
Hey, Sparky Pugwash, how you doing? Welcome.
If the polar wandering...
Again, I love these physical models like this. These really make me smile. Holy cow.
curves for rocks from South America and South Africa are brought together so that they match. Not only are the two continents brought together, but the curves show the moment at which the two continents started to drift apart, 100 million years ago.
Oh, for the drifting apart of South America and Africa, 100 million years ago? I think this pretty much lines up with our current understanding of when South America and Africa split. Here, come on now. There we go. 240 million years ago. Let's bring that up to 105. Yeah, there we go. South America and Africa starting their split around this time. This is about the same time that we've got some cool dinosaurs doing their thing, which help to illustrate this point. Is anybody familiar with Giganotosaurus? Also known as Giganotosaurus. This animal right here, big Carcharodontosaur. This critter is from Argentina, around this same time. Around about 100 million years ago, give or take. Yeah. 195 million years ago. Right around there. Good old Giganotosaurus. From Argentina. So, from here. At the same time, you've got Carcharodontosaurus. Very similar looking dinosaur, very close relative. Member of the same family. Also, between 95 and 100 million years ago. This guy's from North Africa. From Egypt and from Morocco, if memory serves. So, very recently, these two, we think, descended from a common ancestor. And they would have, at this time, slightly before this, when these continents were still stuck together, they would have been able to walk from Argentina to Egypt. That's why they look so similar. It's because those continents, very briefly before this, were still stuck together. It's really cool in that, like, when you look at the way that dinosaurs change and evolve over time, that matches up with what the continents are doing at these different times. It's super cool. Yeah. And Sibsis says, not giga is in gigabyte. It means, so Giganotosaurus means giant southern lizard. Giganotosaurus. So, yeah, like giant or great southern lizard, if I remember correctly here. Noto, like noto ungulate, like southern. Yeah, there we go. Gigas, meaning giant. Notos, meaning austral or southern. And saurus, meaning lizard. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. No worries, Charlie's Dragon. You're all good. Yeah. Andrew Memrick says, what is with T-Rex, small front arms? A lot of them seem to be this way. Yeah, that is a trend in your large theropod dinosaurs. Big predatory ones, anyway. Whether you're talking about Carcharodontosaurs or Tyrannosaurs, or whether you're talking about Abelisaurs like Carnotaurus, it's because these guys have to balance on a single fulcrum. They've got their hind legs there, and they've got to do the best they can to equalize the weight in front and behind. And so one of the ways to do that, when your head is your main... when that's the business end of you as an animal, you're doing your eating and your sensing and everything else with that head, you're doing your killing with that head, it pays to make it big and robust. You got to cut down on the weight at the front of your body, so you reduce your arms. We see this in a bunch of different theropod dinosaurs. Basically everybody except for Spinosaurs. Spinosaurs do something different where they lengthen their neural spines. So that might be like a support structure, essentially, to help them hold up the front of their body. That might be what that sail is for. Probably tendons and ligaments that run down from that, almost like a suspension bridge, you know? Almost kind of like the Golden Gate Bridge here. You've got this... think of this like the Spinosaurus sail, you know? It's helping hold up that bridge deck down here. Same idea, maybe? So maybe that's why Spinosaurs have bigger arms than all the rest of these big bipedal theropods. So yeah. So yeah, maybe it's more of a hump than a sail, Claire. Maybe. I think we need more work on that. Like, that's, I think, a really intriguing idea, and I'd love to see some people explore that further. Yeah. Anyhow. Speaking of the distribution of animals in the fossil record, helping us to understand how the continents were arranged, there's a really cool diagram from this old book right here that I wanted to show you. I just happened across this right before starting today's stream, as I was looking for Lystrosaurus images. This book, entitled The First Mammals. This is an old book. Before the idea of continental drift, plate tectonics was really well accepted. Before this was like the, before this was the general consensus. So first edition, copyright 1955 right there. See that? 1955.
Wow.
We've got, this is neat. It's another, like, time capsule like this. But let's find the one with the distribution of mammals. So, like, we do have interesting geographic patterns where mammals, fossil mammals show up in different places throughout our planet, and there's interesting patterns here. And the way that they try to explain that in this book is with land bridges. Instead of the continents moving, instead you get continents expanding and contracting. Here we go. So if you're trying to explain why you get the same mammals in, say, Europe and North America, they're explaining it like this. It's like, oh, well, you used to be able to walk from here. It's not that, oh, South America and Africa used to be next to each other. Oh, no, no, no. Instead, the idea is, oh, there used to be a massive land bridge in the middle of the Atlantic that allowed them to walk from one place to another. So, this is map of the Cretaceous world here. Oh, you had this enormous land bridge. And then the Paleocene world, well, so they had to come up with some really convoluted explanations to get all this stuff to work. To explain the biogeography of different animals. And it, yeah. Caden says, there's a mom joke about someone's mom stepping on Pangea and causing the continental drift. Your mom is so heavy, yeah. Anyway, the thing is, the continents have always been moving. That's just kind of how they work. And that might even be key to the origin of life. I've got a colleague at Berkeley. I really want to do an interview with him about the origin of life on Earth, his ideas on that, because he's working on a new paper about this. But it could be plate tectonics might play a major role there, actually. Super interesting. In an unexpected way. But anyway, here we go. In the text, one of the most important considerations of mammal distribution is the assumption by most authorities that the continents, as we know them, have been fairly stable for a long time. Opposing this view are those who believe that the continents float and were once part of a large single mass of land. Those who hold to the latter theory can cite numerous structural similarities in the continents, which seem to have been sliced apart, although they are separated by thousands of miles. The location of some mineral deposits seem to bear this out, and more recently the bones of extinct animals have been brought into the argument to support the theory. A complete knowledge of current paleontological work does not seem to bear out this contention. Since for every proof put forth for the continental drift theory, there's equal support for the view that the continents have been stable for a long time. Again, this book is from 1955. Even back then, there were proponents of the idea that the continents move. But this book is like, the author here, who is William E. Scheel, the director of the Cleveland Museum of Natural History in Ohio. He's like, yeah, it's an idea that's out there, but I don't really buy it, you know? So yeah. No citations or anything. Well, this is like a book written for young people back then, Mythical Myra. This is not supposed to be super rigorous. There is a bibliography right here, plus a bibliography for young people. But anyway, interesting, you know? 1955 is not that long ago, you know? It's really interesting that we have had this major overhaul in the way that we think about our planet in the time since then, you know? But, hey now, that's how science works, you know? Sometimes our ideas about something change drastically over time with new evidence. So yeah, the words "there is equal proof" are doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. Agreed, Hogan, yeah. Anywho, that brings us back to this video we were watching with brother Henry Green here.
prestigious meteorologist in Germany told him he should have probably stuck to the balloon thing. The conventional wisdom at the time was that continents used to be connected by land bridges that later collapsed or were covered by the oceans, and that's
We
how
just
they
saw that in
found
that
stuff
book.
like matching plant fossils. Of course, Wegener didn't do himself any favors by being actually pretty wrong about a lot of stuff. Like, he could not explain. He had no idea how the continents actually drifted. He thought they were just plowing through the Earth's crust like an icebreaker. He also suggested that the centrifugal force of the Earth's rotation was causing the continents to drift, which is just totally kind of crazy. Yeah, so the damage had been done, and everybody in Germany thought he was a total crazy person.
I think Wegener was actually pretty well respected. Like, people calling him... I think this is an oversimplification. And I bet you if I had Hank sitting with me here right now, he'd probably say, yeah, was trying to simplify things. Maybe a bit too much for the audience. But yeah.
No one would hire him to teach anywhere. The only job he could get was as a meteorology professor in Austria. And that is where he was in 1930, where he decided he wanted to go back to Greenland to set up some weather stations. And during a weeks-long excursion to bring supplies to one of these remote stations, Alfred Wegener disappeared in a blizzard. His body was found the following spring, and it is still there today, buried in the ice. I know, right?
So you can still go there and actually, like, visit, I think, a little cross that's been erected where he died. I think his wife was asked, like, hey, do you want us to bring his body back to Germany, have like a state funeral for him? And she's like, no. He's where he wants to be. I respect that. We'll leave him there.
Because he was right. I mean, not about everything, but about a lot of stuff. And at the time of his death, people were just starting to understand what the floor of the ocean actually looked like. And decades later, that research showed that there were giant rifts and mountain ranges under the oceans. And those were the boundaries where continental plates were pulling away from each other or crashing against each other. It wasn't until the 1960s that plate tectonics became something widely accepted by the scientific community. Though he wasn't vindicated during his lifetime, he is now respected as one of the greatest scientists of his era, and you can pay your respects to him through one of the many things in science that are now named after him, including the Alfred Wegener Institute for Polar and Marine Research, or the Wegener Peninsula of Greenland where he died, or craters on both the Moon and Mars. So thanks here, Dr. Wegener. All of these fascinating things and more we bring to you from SciShow, where you can...
Anyway, here's a link to this video right here. Good stuff. What's this one? We already watched this one. This crash course video in a little bit, but let's continue watching our documentary from 1970. This is where the plate tectonics revolution is sort of in full swing. These ideas, many of them are still fairly new, but like the world's earth scientists are really coming around to this idea. It's gathering steam, gathering momentum. And I think by this point, most Earth scientists are on board with this idea. There would still be holdouts, through the 1980s and even the 1990s. There might even be a few very old geologists at this point who are still not convinced that the continents move, but we've reached a point where they are probably considered cranks. They're like the birds are not dinosaurs people, where, it's become a fringe idea that the continents are static. There's overwhelming evidence, and we can literally observe the continents moving through a variety of different means. So, yeah.
If the continents of the world are reconstructed for that date, on paleomagnetic data alone, then the South Pole is
I love these physical models.
Johannesburg.
These are so good! Oh!
Exactly on the equator. This means that with one sweep, paleomagnetism confirms all the previous evidence for continental drift.
Yep. And look at this high-tech computational technology from back in the day. Cutting-edge stuff. Very cool.
Inevitably, the computer has played its part. And at the Atlas Computer Laboratory, the computer is able to produce on film a projection of the breakup of the southern hemisphere.
Look at that.
Notice how the other continents flee from Antarctica, which seems to get stuck in the same place. This is a process which continues to this day.
I think Antarctica has actually moved south, hasn't it?
What
Teletype. There you go, Commander Caleb. Yeah.
Look at India, the small triangle on the right, which hurls itself towards Asia.
Yep. Asia.
Going further back in time, Australia has performed a sort of elephantine waltz with the South Pole as a partner. Eventually, paleomagnetism will take us back to the age of the Earth itself. But
And Automaton says, I thought Antarctica was moving towards Australia. They were originally joined, and they've since separated. I don't think they're moving back together again, but I could be wrong. But they were joined up earlier. During the Cretaceous, I think they were still in contact. Yeah.
For the moment, the best picture comes from only a short time ago, when life began.
At this time, 300 million years ago, we had two supercontinents, something like this. The northern one called Laurasia.
Yep.
And Gondwana.
I was going to ask you, chat, what the second one is called, but I was too slow with the pause button. Laurasia and Gondwana. Laurasia, you know, when you get... Yeah, here we go. Around this time. Or maybe a little bit earlier. Let's go back, say, 120. Or even 150. There we go. There we go. So, you've got Pangaea breaking apart during the Age of Dinosaurs. 150 million years ago, this is the time when Stegosaurus and Allosaurus and Brachiosaurus were walking around in North America. But you get the continents starting to break apart. The southern land masses we call Gondwana, or sometimes Gondwana land. And then the northern continents, North America, Europe, Asia, we call Laurasia. So Laurasia in the north, Gondwana in the south. Gondwana is South America, Africa, Madagascar and India, New Zealand and Australia and Antarctica, all right here in the south. So Gondwana in the south, Laurasia in the north. Does that make sense? That's why a while ago, where did I put that? I haven't actually printed it yet, but I've made provisions to print a t-shirt up that says Gondwana in like a college font across the top. Because I thought it would be really cool. And I want to, when I print that, I want to send one to Matt Lamana at the Carnegie Museum, because I think he'd really like it. Okay, I don't have it. Anyway. I have the transparency printed. I can now, it's sitting over there with my screen print stuff. I can burn this onto a photo emulsion screen, silk screen, and then use that for screen printing. So it's, I can do it anytime I want to, essentially. It's already set up for that. But, yeah, Gondwana.
Two supercontinents, something like this. The northern one called Laurasia, and Gondwana land in the south, separated by the ocean which is known as the Tethys.
Yeah. I always thought that was a really pretty sounding name, you know? Ages ago, I was like, you know, if I ever get married and have kids, if I have a daughter, I might want to name her Tethys. It's just really pretty sounding, you know? I like that a lot. And it's one of these terms that we as paleontologists, we hear all the time. It's like, I don't know. I've got very positive feelings about that word, Tethys. The Tethys Sea or the Tethys Ocean. There. It is Greek, Ms. Art Rules, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, during the early Mesozoic, as Pangaea broke up, the designation Tethys Ocean refers to the ocean located between the ancient continents of Gondwana and Laurasia. So the Tethys eventually becomes the Indian Ocean? Is that right? It was preceded by the Paleotethys Ocean. Yeah, anyway.
Ocean which is known as the Tethys. Now these continents, the northern continents, were made up of North America and Europe and Asia. The southern continents had Africa in approximately this position, with South America attached to it. India, Australia and New Guinea, approximately here, and Antarctica.
Anya, what's this?
A chicken.
Raving Fuel, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Australia and New Guinea, approximately here, and Antarctica around here, and New Zealand across here.
But if this was the Earth 300 million years ago, what was round the other side? Well, one possible suggestion is that the world used to be much smaller.
And which
this was actually one of the ideas back in the day, and there are still people who kind of cling to this notion, the idea that like, oh well, you know, the continents don't really move. It's just that the Earth has expanded. It's like, well, if it had, things would have been very, very different. Like, that. Oh boy. But there was a Skeptoid episode about this not too long ago. Right. Let's see here. Yeah, it's from just a couple years ago, I think. Fairly recent. This is kind of like a fringe conspiracy theory idea in the same vein as like flat Earth or hollow Earth, or you know, people on the internet really love to come up with wacky, off-the-wall ideas, alternative ideas about how the Earth works. But I'll provide you a link here if you'd like to read this, because it's yeah. Anyhow. I don't actually know who that is, Dave Nevius. Who is this? In recent years, one of the most visible proponents of the expanding Earth has been the famous comic book artist Neil Adams, who posted a YouTube animation way back in 2007 explaining the idea. Adams died in 2022, but that video has had millions of views and was influential in reviving the expanding Earth concept among today's conspiracy theory and alternative history crowd. The type who will believe anything that's on ancient aliens or on YouTube so long as it contradicts mainstream science, yeah. We're going to be seeing more and more of this over the next few years. Honestly, probably the next couple decades. As education in the US continues to be defunded and conspiracy theories continue to be pushed by various algorithms across the internet, whether it's on YouTube or TikTok or the site formerly known as Twitter, especially. Oh boy. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Dave Nevius is creator of Dilbert. No, that's a different guy. That's Scott Adams. Who is not dead yet, but I hear he's on his way because he refused cancer treatment because he thought he was smarter than the doctors, and now it's not going well for him, you know? Anyway. I just heard about this yesterday, I think. The Dilbert guy's dying. I mean, when you think you know better than your own doctors, what can you really expect, you know? Yeah. Neverwinter says he was on ivermectin for cancer. Yeah, I mean... This is why science education is so important, you know? It is literally a matter of life and death for a lot of people. He chose science illiteracy. He chose the conspiracy theory route. He picked his poison, and now... Anyway, yeah. And there you go, Dave Nevius, yeah. Yeah. Easy to mix them up. Yeah. I'm guessing that Neil Adams was probably a much better artist than Scott Adams. Oh yeah, holy cow. Much better artist. That's interesting. Huh. That's not a bat. It looks like it's supposed to be a pterosaur. Anyhow. Yeah. Yeah, Gene Wynn says, nah, my herbal tea is just as good as any anti-cancer medication. Steve Jobs and many other smart people. That's the thing, is that it's something that we as scientists have to remind ourselves of all the time. We are fallible. We are human beings. We are not experts in everything. We are just as flawed as everybody else. Everybody needs that kind of reality check every once in a while, you know? There are other people who know way more than I do about just about everything. It's extremely important to remain humble. To constantly be willing to learn, to be corrected, to find out new things, to change your mind when new evidence arises. Don't be stuck in your ways. Don't think that you're smarter than everybody else. That way lies disaster. Don't fall for that sort of thing, you know? Anyhow, don't have the belief that you are the smartest person in the room, in short. There you go, Sassy Catastrophe. Well put. Yeah. Anyhow. That science is so cool. Absolutely, Sassy Catastrophe, yeah. But that's the thing. In order to be a good scientist, in order to advance science, you have to have a degree of humility, you know? Because science is not about having the right answer. Science is about asking the right questions. But following the evidence wherever it leads, even when it makes you feel stupid. Even when it turns out that your most cherished ideas are wrong. You follow the evidence where it leads. And you talk to your colleagues about it. You bounce ideas off of them, and it's not about trying to prove that you're smart or that you're better than anyone else. That's absolutely not what science is about. And I think there is a really distressing tendency among a lot of people technological and in rationalist circles, they're in love with the idea of being a genius. I'm not convinced there is any such thing as a genius, you know? We're all human beings. Some of us know more than other people about certain subjects, but all of us can be fooled. You have to follow the evidence where it leads, and not be in love with your own intellect, because that can make you the dumbest person of all sometimes. Look at Steve Jobs or Scott Adams, you know? Anyhow. Yeah. Commander Caleb, rather, says, I feel like if I'm the smartest person in the room, I want better company. Well said. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Addicted to Capping says, my VO-Tech professor always said that it's okay to be wrong, but when you argue for something when knowing you're wrong, that is the problem. I mean, that's... When you convince yourself that you have to be right because you're so smart, that is a serious problem. That's something to be avoided at all costs. Anyway, let's continue. Yeah.
When you look at things more closely, you find that the continental jigsaw puzzle can be done on this smaller Earth rather nicely. Now naturally, as the Earth slowly expanded after this, the skin had to crack, and it did so around the borders of the Pacific Ocean. That is, around here and here on this.
And hang on, from Addicted to Capping, have you heard of Euler pulls? From what I have found, the Earth's rotation causes the plates to move around these imaginary points. As I understand it, the Earth's rotation has something to do with continental drift, but not as much as you might imagine. Here, there was a really neat video that I saw earlier today, before the stream. I don't know if I actually recorded it. Let's see. Timestamps on. Oh, here we go. Yeah. This is from Minute Earth. I will give you a link here. And I think this talks about it a little bit. This is going to be a little simplified, but again, the channel is called literally Minute Earth. This is 2.5 minutes long, this video. So it's going to be a little simplified.
Idea that our planet's continents drift around the globe, periodically glomming together and breaking apart, is at least 200 years old. But most geologists didn't believe it until the 1960s, when mounting evidence made it clear that the Earth's crust is broken up into fragments, and that those fragments, called tectonic plates, are moving. And these days we directly track that motion, with millimeter precision, from space. The common simplified explanation for why tectonic plates are moving is that they're carried along on currents in the upper mantle, the slowly flowing layer of rock just below Earth's crust. Converging currents drive plates into each other, diverging currents...
So we've got diagrams of this right here. There's some subduction happening right there. Always try and have the background reflect what our topic might be on a given day if we've got an overarching topic for the day's stream.
Pull them apart. This is mostly true. Hot mantle rock rises from the core and moves along under the crust until it grows cool and heavy and sinks back down again. But the plates aren't just passively riding these currents around like a bunch of suitcases at the baggage claim. They can't be, because some of the plates are moving faster than the currents.
So this is really important. And I love how this video at the same time is simplifying things and making them easy to understand, but it's not oversimplifying them. I was careful not to say oversimplifying earlier, and I'm glad I was careful. Because this is a complex idea. When we're talking about the continents moving, they're not all going at the same rate. So what explains that? What do you think it could be, Chad? In fact, I want to ask that right off the bat. What could cause different continents to move at different rates like
the baggage claim? They can't be, because some of the plates are moving faster than the currents underneath them.
So, why? Why do you think? And I didn't really know this until very recently. Give me some guesses. Why might certain continents move faster than others? The wind, says Sparky Pugwash. Interesting idea. Different fuel use, says Murph. Interesting idea. We live on a turtle, says Mira. I've heard that idea before. I think it's an old one. Not sure how correct it is. I'm seeing some very interesting ideas in the chat here.
For example, the Nazca Plate, a chunk of ocean crust off the west coast of South America, is cruising eastward at about 10 centimeters per year, while the mantle underneath it oozes along at just 5.
Weird. So the force that should be carrying it, it's going twice as fast as that? Why? I love this explanation here.
Neither tectonic plates nor luggage can move faster than the belts they're riding on unless something else is helping to push or pull them along. And some of Earth's plates, it turns out, are pulling themselves.
Oh, Hogan, I think you've got it.
When an ocean plate collides with another ocean plate, or a plate bearing the thick crust of continental land masses, the thinner of the two plates bends and slides under the other. As the edge of the seafloor sinks into the mantle, it pulls on the plate behind it. The same way a chain dangling further and further off a table will eventually start to slide.
And see how it accelerates as it goes like that? I love this.
Behind it. The same way a chain dangling further and
starts off pretty slow.
Further off a table will eventually start to slide. The bigger the sunken portion of the plate becomes, the harder it pulls and the faster the remaining plate behind it moves. You can find where this is.
How cool is that, you know? That's one of the explanations for it. There's other things like, you know, India was moving really, really fast before it crashed into mainland Asia. I'm not sure why that is. Yeah.
Is happening just by looking at Google Earth. The incredibly deep, narrow ocean trenches visible off the coasts of some continents and island chains mark the creases formed as ocean crust plunges downward, bending the edge of its neighbor in the process. What's more, these chunks of seafloor are actually helping to drive convection in the mantle beneath them. Sunken slabs of ocean crust block flowing rock from moving further sideways, forcing it to turn downwards and sink. And eventually those slabs get too heavy and break off, plunging slowly toward the core and creating a suction force that pulls mantle material along behind them. So in some ways, seafloor crust is really more like part of the conveyor belt than something riding on top of it. The continents, on the other hand, are baggage.
Pretty cool, right? Here's a link to this video from Minute Earth. I love that example with the chain. Pretty cool, right? My intelligence low, wisdom build. Interesting, Commander Taylor. Oh boy. I will look into this later, yeah. Huh. Let's get back to our documentary here.
Smaller globe. Well, ideas naturally are rather speculative about this, and I think this will keep us busy for at least the rest of my lifetime.
Fried Egg says, bring back Pangea. There's a classic and well-loved bumper sticker. You can also see it on t-shirts and stuff like that. Somebody in chat's gonna know what I'm talking about here before I even say it. Reunite Gondwana Land. There were a couple different professors who had this bumper sticker slapped onto their office doors at Montana State University in the Earth Sciences Department. It's a classic geology joke, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Good stuff. Let's get back to our documentary here. Yeah.
So the skin had to crack things more closely.
Go. What was round the other side? Well, one possible suggestion is that the world used to be much smaller.
Which, again, we now know this is not the case, and I think they're going to demonstrate why.
And when you look at things more closely, you find that the continental jigsaw puzzle can be done on this smaller Earth rather nicely. Now, naturally, as the Earth slowly expanded after this, the skin had to crack. And it did so around the borders of the Pacific Ocean. That is, around here and here on this smaller globe.
He's not actually putting forth this idea seriously, is he?
Well, ideas, naturally, are rather speculative about this. And I think this will keep us busy for at least the rest of my lifetime.
No, unless he died very shortly after this, and he was wrong. There's a bunch of different reasons why we know that the Earth has not expanded like that. I mean, we now have a good understanding of how the Earth works underneath the crust. Where would you get that extra mass, you know? We know that it's not hollow underneath. So, anyhow, yeah. Was this Kenneth Midworth Creer, says Shiva MT? Yes. Interesting. And Amir Siafra says, weren't things bigger, giant trees, wasn't there more oxygen? I mean, oxygen levels on Earth have fluctuated over its history. But, I hope you're... I hope you're not referring to this idea, but it probably is. You see this on, like, TikTok and various, like, conspiracy theory things throughout the internet, but, this idea that, like, oh, well, you know, there used to be super giant trees on Earth, and Devil's Tower in Wyoming is one of these. Absolutely not. This is an ancient volcano, and the rest of it has eroded. It's what we call like I think this is a magmatic dike. Laccolithic butte, there we go. So essentially this is an ancient volcano, and the hard stuff in the middle, the magma, that has survived the test of time, and the rest of it has been eroded away. So you're just seeing the core of an ancient volcano. The eroded remnant of a laccolith. So... and don't just take my word for it. Talk to any geologist and they'll tell you the same thing. Where's that, like, cutaway diagram? Anyway, this is essentially like... oh, here we go. Beautiful. Sorry, it's blurry. But there we go. You get magma coming up like that. It gets partially eroded, it cools, and then everything around it gets eroded away until you're left with Devil's Tower sticking up out of the ground like that. Pretty cool. There's one not too far from where I do fieldwork in Wyoming, called the Boar's Tusk. This is also an ancient volcanic core like that, what we call an eroded laccolith, just like Devil's Tower. It's a lot smaller, but it is beautiful, especially around sunset. Just gorgeous. It's pretty neat, you know? Yeah, Fridex says, what a gorgeous field site. Yeah, yeah. I got to visit here last year. We took an afternoon off and drove all the way out to see it, and it was worth the drive. Holy cow. Really cool. just sticking up out in the middle of this valley. Pretty cool. Amira says, you're lucky to see such beauty. It's even cooler up close, if you can believe it. And it's quite the hike to get up to... I didn't go to the very, very top. That would require, like, some rock climbing. But just hiking up the side of that more gentle curve, and man, it feels a lot steeper in person. But, yeah, that was neat. I'm sure I've got a photo. And maybe this was 2 years ago, actually. This would have been June of 2024, I think. Yeah. There it is there. In Wyoming. And... yeah. Here's me next to the boar's tusk. Had a little fake jewel there on my eye. Ethan's girlfriend, now fiance, Lauren, was handing these out to the crew. She's like, put these on. It was a fun thing. We had a big stack of pizzas that we brought there, and just kind of had a little party out at the Boar's Tusk. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool. What a magical place, you know? Yeah. But the beauty of the rocks brought a tear to your eyes, says Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, but Amira, to answer your question, the biggest trees that we've ever had on our planet are probably around today. Sequoia sempervirens?
Skeletons are never found complete. They're always missing bones, missing...
Sammy KV, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, the giant sequoia is, I don't know if the giant sequoia or the coast redwood is the tallest, but genus Sequoia, like this modern type of tree, these are the largest trees that have ever existed, as far as I know. We did have very tall other trees in Earth's past, but I don't know if any of them stack up to these. Maybe there were larger trees at some point in Earth history, but we don't have good record of them. As far as I know, these are the biggest trees that have ever existed. Giant sequoias are the most massive, and coast redwoods, I think, get taller. But, yeah. And the numbers you see there, I think, are in meters, so that's 110 meters, which is going to be about 340, 350 feet tall, something like that. Pretty incredible. So taller than the Statue of Liberty, even on its pedestal. I haven't heard that song, but I've heard of it. It's pretty amusing. Yeah. There were... You might be thinking of, like, the big coal swamp trees and things like that. Giant lycopod trees. There were pretty tall trees before the dinosaurs. Lycopods, which are these weird, like, scaly barked trees that are... They're not really related to modern trees. They're related to... Is it bryophytes or some other kind of, like... more quote-unquote primitive plant? Yeah, but these are, like, maybe 100 feet tall. The biggest ones that we have evidence of, so they would be dwarfed by a modern sequoia or something. So, yeah. And so no Statue of Liberty has ever grown any bigger than that. Not to my knowledge, Mayor Space. Yeah. There's this myth that's also for some reason, really popular online that the reason why dinosaurs were able to grow so large, like your big titanosaurs, like, say, Patagotitan, the reason they were able to get so big is because there was more oxygen back then. And, this is incorrect. Oxygen levels fluctuated during the time of the dinosaurs. They go up and down. The reason why these animals were able to get so big is, well, there's several different reasons that kind of feed into one another. But the take-home message is dinosaurs were able to get so large because there were some really interesting evolutionary adaptations that they developed. So they evolved things like pneumatized bones that are hooked up to their respiratory system. Their vertebrae and some of their other bones were filled with air. So it made them much more lightweight than you would imagine. They had very efficient respiratory systems, so very, very good at breathing and oxygenating their cells. They're very good at getting enough food. So, like, having a long neck like this allowed them to feed very efficiently. Rather than having to walk around to find a ton of plants, you could kind of stand in one place and just crane that super long neck around and just eat and eat and eat and eat and eat, expending very little energy to do so. These are just extraordinarily efficient animals. I love that Matt Wadel, sauropod experts, he refers to these animals as God's most perfect creatures. He's a big fan of sauropods and one of the world experts on these critters, and he loves to tell people how they're just supremely well evolved to be super large. They're not taking a cheat code like, oh yeah, there's just more oxygen back then. No. These guys worked to get so big. Like, they were just supremely good at being large. Matt Wadel has an excellent book about this, by the way, which I haven't even had time to read yet. But it's called The Sauropod Dinosaurs. Again, I haven't had a chance to really read it yet, but I think I can still recommend it, because Matt Wadel is an excellent writer, and, you know, I have read part of it. I can recommend it. The Sauropod Dinosaurs. If you're fascinated by these creatures, this is the book to get. Holy cow. It's, superbly well illustrated, too. You have that book, Crimson? Yeah, it's good, isn't it? Yeah. Strength with lightness. This is kind of the name of the game for sauropods. Like, all of these pneumatic spaces in their vertebrae just make them supremely efficient. Much more lightweight than you would imagine for an animal that size. So, Kerry Woodruff, whom we've interviewed on our channel before, he put this diagram in a paper of his. This shows a diplodocid sauropod, like Diplodocus or Galeomopus. All the blue there is air. These are pneumatic spaces or lungs or air sacs in the animal's body. Again, supremely efficient animal. Super, super cool. Yeah. So anyway, yeah. Brought that book to read at my breaks at work. That's super cool, Kirsten. That's super cool. Yeah. And Shiva says, air sacs, remnants of an aquatic lifestyle? No. These guys were supremely well adapted for life on land. Don't think aquatic animal, think bird. Because birds, they have air sacs and hollows that run through their skeletons like this. That's where birds got that from. It's from their dinosaur ancestors. This is a dinosaur trait that birds inherited. And they later co-opted for flight, exacted it. They took that and they took off. In some ways, birds got supremely lucky in that, we think of birds today, they're superbly well adapted for flight. But so many of the different characteristics that make them such good flyers came direct from their dinosaur ancestors. I've said this before, but birds are kind of in some ways, the Nepo babies of the animal world. Birds like to think that they earned all of these incredible traits that they have that allow them to fly so well. But no. They inherited those from their dinosaur ancestors. Birds, it's like they started off on third base and they say they hit a home run. No. It's interesting to think about, Critters like bats had to develop flight the hard way. Bats evolved from mammals, so they didn't have the hollow bones. They didn't have the bird-like respiratory system that birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. They didn't have feathers like birds inherited from their dinosaur ancestors. In some ways, this makes bats all the more remarkable, They had to evolve every aspect of their anatomy that helps them out. They had to evolve that from scratch. They didn't start off with those advantages, The unfortunate son. There you go, Gene-Len. Yeah. Anyway, and so this kind of explains why bats are not... They can't fly as high as birds, or as fast, or as far. But you know what? Gosh darn it, they earned that flying ability. They've always had it tough, Yeah. Anyhow. Bats fly by the power of jazz hands. There you go, confused echidna. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to continental drift, plate tectonics, all of this. And that's a good point, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah, birds have been flying for about 3 times longer than bats have, too. It's important to remember also.
The evidence for continental drift seems unassailable, but it still leaves wide open the question of how such massive journeys were possible. How do you move thousands of square miles of solid rock such long distances? And what about the ocean floor in between? Since the war, oceanographic surveys have revealed huge mountain chains, higher than anything on land, running continuously through the Atlantic, Indian and Pacific Oceans. Did the continents slide across the sea floor and over the mountains? The skeptics, quite rightly, said this was impossible. And it wasn't until paleomagnetism went to sea that an answer began to emerge.
Yeah!
2 unrelated discoveries were waiting for a catalyst to link them up.
This is super cool.
Was the strange phenomenon of polarity reversals.
Yep.
We already suspected when we started on this work that the polarity of the Earth's magnetic field had changed. Well, that sounds like a very complicated thing, but what I mean by it is this, that at the present time, the Earth's magnetic field is pointing north. We mean that in the past, it was pointing to the south much of the time, to the north. It switched back and forth. And the problem for us was to find out
Oso
when.
Newt. Hey, welcome back, Oso Newt. Good to have you here. There's a really cool book about this that I haven't read yet, but I have on my shelf. Find that. I think it's about this. Yeah. Here we go. Soundings, the story of the remarkable woman who mapped the ocean floor. I don't think she's mentioned in this documentary. What's her name? Marie Tharp? Let's take a look at that real quick. There we go. Take a look at this from SciShow.
Floor. Like as of 2017, only six.
And I'm gonna go run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. But let's give her her due.
Despite having sailed over it for thousands of years now, we still know shockingly little about the seafloor. Like as of 2017, only 6% of the ocean floor had been mapped in detail. But one thing we do know is that the ocean floor is not a flat, featureless landscape. Just like the world above the water, it's full.
This is crucially important to understand if we want to know how continental drift was verified, you know? It was in the middle of the 20th century that we actually started to understand the mechanism for how the continents move. Not only that they did move, that was becoming increasingly obvious, but how? Because that's the thing. In science, you need to have a mechanism for understanding how these things actually happen. That's one thing to say, oh, well, here, this thing occurred, but how? What's the mechanism, you know? That's kind of what science is all about. We need to come up with naturalistic explanations for how phenomena occur. You can't just say, oh, it's magic. It's not science, you know? The world around us, the universe around us, has different phenomena that occur because of natural forces. It's like gravity, the strong and weak nuclear forces. Things like, well, plate tectonics was kind of the mechanism underlying continental drift. If you were to, like, try and come up with the simplest explanation for what science is, I guess you could say it's studying how the natural world works. And by natural, we mean natural processes, not magic, nothing like supernatural like this, but, you know, natural phenomena. How do those natural phenomena work? We figure that out by testing ideas using evidence. It's kind of a neat distillation of what science is. So this gets into that. Here.
Full of valleys, canyons, mountains, and plains. It is also home to some of the biggest events shaping our planet. And we would know a whole lot less about all of that without the work of a researcher named Marie Tharp, who successfully changed our understanding of the ocean and also the entire world. Tharp's story began in 1948 when she was employed at what's now the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory in New York. At the time, her job was to do drafting and computing for graduate students, one of whom was Brian Hazen. Before Tharp joined the group, Hazen had collected extensive data about the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. But since he was often away at sea, and because regulations didn't allow women to sail on research vessels, Tharp took over the task of organizing his data. Before long, she was working on Hazen's project exclusively, and that turned out to be huge for the future of science. See, Hazen was involved in collecting sonar data from ships, which was used to measure the ocean's depth. And while sonar is common today, this was like cutting-edge work at the time. In the past, depth measurements were made with sounding. That's where researchers would lower a rope with a weight on the end over the side of the ship. And then when the weight hit the bottom, someone would mark the depth, and then they'd pull up the rope. I guess that's how you do it. There were, of course, though, some problems with this. Like, sounding was often inaccurate because the weight would rarely fall straight down. Also, that gives you one data point at a time, which means it was exhausting to map a big area. So the advent of sonar drastically improved things. Instead of a rope, the ship would produce sound waves and measure the amount of time it took for the waves to bounce off the seafloor and return to the ship. Then, because we know the speed of sound in water, researchers could calculate the depth of the ocean with some quick math. Thanks to sonar, Hazen had compiled tons of data, but Tharp figured out what to do with it. She made hand-drawn diagrams that plotted the ship's paths and their depth measurements. Then, by stitching them together, she created what were basically topographical maps of the seafloor. And as she did, she found something unexpected. a cleft in the center of the North Atlantic Ocean.
This is a big surprise. Why would you have, like, a raised part in the middle of the ocean, you know? What's that all about? Pretty strange.
Kilometers wide and hundreds of meters deep. She thought that this looked a lot like a rift valley, a feature first observed on land that forms when two tectonic plates pull apart from each other. Tectonic plates being the giant slabs that make up the Earth's surface. Except, at the time, the idea that these plates could pull apart and that the continents were moving was not widely accepted, because it just, seemed a little unlikely. Instead, a lot of people, including Hazen, held up an idea called expanding Earth.
Yep, and we were talking about this a little bit earlier. There have been various different, we now see them as kind of cockamamie explanations for why the continents seem to fit together like puzzle pieces. One is the expanding Earth. The other one is that, continents move up and down or something like that, or... But anyway, this happened to be the explanation that some people put forth at the time. This was the fashionable one at this moment.
Which said that the continents were pulling apart because the actual volume of the Earth was increasing, like we're a balloon. But then came Tharp's Rift Valley, this gigantic cleft that just looked suspiciously like a place where tectonic plates were pulling apart.
Scoops,
and today we know that's exactly what it is. We call it the Mid-Atlantic.
You know, couldn't get white onions because of the war. The only kind you could get was those big yellow ones. No, but actually, the war played a part in this. World War II and the Cold War. Sonar was first developed to... Well, I don't know if it was first developed for this, but it was used to try and hunt German submarines, U-boats, in the War of the Atlantic in World War II. What did the Brits call it? ASDIC, I think? Yeah, there we go. ASDIC. That's anti-submarine depth something something. Anti-submarine division. Okay. ASD for anti-submarine division. I don't know where the ICE... Investigation committee. Okay. Anyway. So this is a technology that was developed to try and hunt down submarines to keep them from sinking Allied ships. And then during the Cold War, the U.S. Navy really wanted the seafloor mapped so they would know where to send submarines down to hide during this undersea Cold War between... Anyway. So that's one of the reasons why there was funding for this kind of work, is they wanted to map everything out, to know what are the deepest parts of the ocean. Where can we hide our submarines? And where should we watch out for Soviet submarines, you know?
Ridge, and there, the tectonic plates are being shoved apart as hot material from inside the Earth rises to the surface. This ridge ultimately gives us a mechanism for continental drift, and it was a nail in the coffin of the expanding Earth idea. But back when Tharp shared those thoughts with Hazen, he called the idea girl talk and asked her to redo her calculations. And so Tharp...
I need to read this book. Yeah.
Did, and she found, maybe unsurprisingly, there was a rift valley still there. Also, to add even more evidence, it turned out that another assistant in the lab was making a map of earthquake epicenters, and the earthquakes were forming in the same spot as Tharp's Rift Valley.
Nuts. So not only are these weird underwater ridges, do they look like rift valleys, but that's where the earthquakes are originating? Interesting.
Since earthquakes are formed by the movement of tectonic plates, this made it clear that the Rift Valley was between two tectonic plates and they were pulling apart. And
how cool is that?
Continental drift is foundational to our understanding of the planet and how it changes. Like among many other things, it explains why some of the continents look like they used to be connected. because they were. And it might have taken us longer to understand that without Tharp's maps. In the end, Tharp studied the ocean floor until her death in 2006. Along the way, besides like proving continental drift is a thing, she also made some more incredibly detailed maps of the deep ocean. And she worked constantly on understanding the mid-Atlantic ridge and other systems like it. So while we have a lot left to learn about the ocean, Marie Tharp gave us an enormous shove in the right direction. We now have a new appreciation for the world beneath the water and how rift valleys are changing the world beneath our feet, too. Speaking of the world beneath our feet, if you've grown up thinking the inside of the Earth looks like this, with nice, neat layers, you might want to check out another one of our episodes next. And as always, from the entire team here at SciShow, thank you for watching this episode as well.
I'll give you a link right here. Good stuff. All the subducts in a row. There you go, end it. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff.
These north-south switches had occurred.
So,
but we had to
geomagnetism
find a way to do this with some sort of a natural tape recorder that could give us a record going back many millions of years.
It doesn't look like a jawbreaker, Amira.
We found our tape recorders, and this is what they...
It's a bit more complex. A bit more.
Every time a volcano erupts, a new layer of molten lava is spread down the mountainside on top of the previous one.
Yep.
Each layer has the Earth's magnetic field locked in it from the moment it cools. And where the sea has eroded away the mountain,
This
the
was
layers
our
are exposed.
world 225 million years ago at the beginning of the Mesozoic era.
MS Coggins, thank you for the 35 months of support at Tier 2, no less. Tier 2. Appreciate that very much. Thank you for keeping me here online for the past 35 months, MS Coggins. Appreciate you. Good stuff.
We made measurements working our way down the cliff, found the uppermost lava flow was magnetized to the north, the second one, and then we would find the next lower one would be magnetized to the south.
Weird.
At this exact point, we knew that we had captured a reversal of the magnetic field. We did this in many parts of the world, and when we put it all together, we had...
Oh man, I wish I'd known about this clip yesterday. This would have been a really good way to talk about the magnetostratigraphy. There we go. Verifying you are human. All right, come on.
Dinosaurs hold a special magnetism for children.
Aaron, thank you for the 18 months of support. Very much appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online for the past 18 months. It's almost a whole year, isn't it? Good stuff. Here we go. Cretaceous period. That's kind of nuts. We've got this. I don't remember here. Is black normal or is it reverse in magnetostratigraphy? Okay, these data are abstracted to the standard black and white magnetostratigraphic columns, in which black indicates normal and white is reversed polarity. There we go. So, during the Cretaceous, you've got this super long period, tens of millions of years of normal polarity, like we have today. And then you get a long period of reverse, normal, and then reverse, normal, reverse real quickly, and it seems to get much more... Yeah. Anyway, when you talk with stratigraphers, people like, I guess like Jim Kirkland or Denver Fowler, they talk about these normal and reverse periods like this when they're talking about certain rock layers. So when we're trying to figure out the age of a certain dinosaur specimen that we're digging up, maybe we could look at magnetic polarity in those rocks. We can correlate that with index fossils, with radiometric isotopes, with pollen, with, you know, microfossils, other things like that. There's all these different tools in our tool belt that we can use for figuring out the exact age of a particular layer of rock. Super cool stuff. Anyhow, that's what he's talking about here. So this was still kind of a fairly new thing in the 70s, as I understand it.
Layers are exposed.
We made measurements working our way.
And 404 Soul Found says, do you know of any rocks that have any liquid in them when you crack them open? I mean, petroleum is like that. So you get oil and you get natural gas and you can get aquifers. You know, it's not like inside of a small rock, but you do get pools of liquid way down in Earth's crust. This is one of the domains of like petroleum geologists. This is what they're really good at. But anyway, you can get aquifers like this. You get underground water in different layers. It'll seep down through more permeable layers on top, like sand and gravel up there. And then you get layers that are a lot thicker that can be impermeable, so the liquid gets stuck. It can't sink any further. So like hydraulic fracturing, fracking, as you've probably heard of, is using various means to like... I'm gonna butcher this explanation, but being able to like sink a well down and then pump down liquid in order to be able to extract, say, natural gas, you know? But yeah, that's definitely a thing. Petroleum geologists, the geologists who are... They get paid to find petroleum, oil. They have to understand this in order to do their jobs, you know? All this stuff about permeable versus impermeable strata and cap rocks and all of that. It's not something that I've ever been taught or ever worked in, so this is not my area of expertise at all whatsoever. I'm a dinosaur guy. But, yeah. I want to say there was a sequence in the film There Will Be Blood. You know? I drink your milkshake and all that. I want to say there was some decent geology in that, albeit briefly, but I don't remember the exact sequence, and it's not popping up immediately. In a YouTube search. Surveying scene? Is this it? So nowadays we have all kinds of different methods for finding petroleum. Paleontology is even part of this, being able to identify the different rock layers based on the fossils that are found within them. Back in the early 20th century, you know, the methods were a lot less sophisticated, we'll say. When they were bowling, yeah, there you go, 404, yes. Anyway, they're just doing surveying here. This is not really like an explanation or discussion of the geology. I need to rewatch that movie. It's been too long. There is a... there we go. An article about this in Earth Magazine ages ago. Rock stars, geologists on the silver screen. I thought this was a really interesting article. looking at different films that have geologists as characters. And one of these, of course, is There Will Be Blood from 2007. But the idea was, let's look at different movies that portray geologists. And what does that say about how the public perceives Earth scientists, you know? Geologists and geophysicists and stratigraphers and everybody like that. Volcanologists. When geologists gather for a beer after work or around a campfire after a long day in the field, the conversation sometimes turns to how our profession is portrayed on film. Are geologists heroes or villains? Do they appear only in supporting roles, their parts limited to entering an office, uttering drill here and probably leaving the scene? Or are they main characters? So these geologists and colleagues looked at this in a 1990 article, Hollywood's Portrayal of Geologists. I guess that link is broken. The writers concluded that geologists are usually pictured as good guys, and they are most often guys, male, who work outdoors and love to seek out the local bar for a beer or two. This stands in stark contrast to the customary film portrayals of physicists and chemists. Anyway, this is interesting stuff, and I shared the link with you there in the chat if you're interested in it too. I would love to write a paper about paleontologists on the silver screen. One of these days I'll do that. I think that would be fun. Because paleontologists have appeared in a lot of movies too, as characters in movies. This is a project that I started a long time, probably like close to 10 years ago actually. I started this project. And I was going to make a long-form YouTube video about it. Maybe I'll still do that, but it would be cool to get this, like, published in a journal, too. Yeah. How did we get on that? Anyway, let's get back to this.
Way down the cliff, found the uppermost lava flow with
airspace. Yes, that's true.
To the north, the second one, and then we would find the next lower one would be magnetized to the south. And at this exact point, we knew that we had captured a reversal of the magnetic field. We did this in many parts of the world. And when we put it all together, we had a detailed time history of the field, which I've sketched over here. We found that there was a long time when the field had been pointing to the north, and then 800,000 years ago, let's say, it was pointing to the south, back and forth again. And in this way, we were able to build up a very detailed history of north-south switches going back, something like 3.5 million years.
Copernicus cat. Thank you, but...
The other discovery was even more curious. The US Navy allowed a British scientist, Professor Ronald Mason, to tow a magnetometer behind one of their survey ships in the Northwest Pacific in order to measure the pull of gravity over the sea floor. The map they produced showed clear stripes, hundreds and sometimes thousands of miles long, which appeared to mark alternate strengths and weaknesses in the magnetic properties of the sea floor. But geologists could make nothing of them, and they remained a mystery for about 10 years.
I love this when you...
was finally solved.
When you have something that's like, that's weird. What's that all about? Everybody kind of goes, oh. Just like... It remains an intriguing but largely ignored thing for like a decade or two. And then finally it clicks for somebody and they're like, oh, shoot. Here's what it is, you know? There's so many stories like this in so many different fields of science, you know? Yeah. And magnetometer, Dr. Morbius, I think.
The mystery for about 10 years. The mystery was finally solved when the polarity reversal timescale was applied to the magnetic stripes by Fred Vine, one of two Cambridge geologists, who produced a revolutionary new theory.
And Dr. let's go back and see what it was.
The other discovery was even more curious. The US Navy allowed a British scientist, Professor Ronald Mason, to tow a magnetometer behind...
Magnetometer, he said. Yeah. Measures magnetic fields. Yep, we know that. Survey magnetometers. Anyway, yeah. He said measure gravity, says Dr. Morbius. I mean, look, I'm not a physicist. As I understand it, you can use a magnetometer to measure the thickness of the Earth's crust, which can tell you if... You know, I don't know. I'm not going to argue. Let's continue.
One of their survey ships in the Northwest Pacific in order to measure the pull of gravity over the sea floor.
I doubt they actually had a specialized device for measuring the pull of gravity at the time. But Earth's gravity does vary over the surface. And I think part of that has to do with how thick the crust is in certain spots and that kind of thing. And I'm guessing that's what they're measuring using the magnetometer.
The map they produced showed clear stripes, hundreds and sometimes thousands of miles long, which appeared to mark alternate strengths and weaknesses in the magnetic properties of the sea floor.
There we go. Okay. Yeah.
But geologists could make nothing of them, and they remained a mystery for about 10 years. The mystery was finally solved when the polarity reversal timescale was applied to the magnetic stripes by Fred Vine, one of 2 Cambridge geologists, who produced a revolutionary new
He looks so pleased with himself here.
theory.
Yes, the concept was first formulated in some detail by the late Professor Harry Hess of this department. And he made this simple, rather elegant suggestion, although rather startling at that time, that the oceanic crust, that seafloor is continuously being created at mid-ocean ridge crests, such as the crest of the mid-Atlantic ridge here.
It does make me wonder whether they're purposefully ignoring the contributions of Marie Tharp. Again, this documentary was released in 1970. I don't know how long it took to make, but I don't hear any mention of her so far. What was this guy's name, by the way? Fred Vine. Fred Vine. Fred Vine. Alright, neither the names Vine nor Hess show up here, so... Interesting. Anyway, here's a link to this page.
A revolutionary new theory.
Yes, the concept was first formulated in some detail by the late Professor Harry Hess of this department. And he made this simple, rather elegant suggestion, although rather startling at that time, that the oceanic crust, that seafloor is continuously being created at mid-ocean ridge crests, such as the crest of the mid-Atlantic ridge here in the South Atlantic. It is generated above an upwelling in the mantle and spreads laterally away from the crests, thereby separating, drifting the continents apart as though they were on a conveyor belt of upper mantle material. So one might represent this, therefore, by a simple Mickey Mouse model such as this, illustrating the way in which the conveyor belt of oceanic crust and upper mantle material flows out from this center.
Hang on, you can't say that. Mickey Mouse model. No. It has to be a copyright-free cartoon rodent model.
By a simple Mickey Mouse model such as this, illustrating the way in which the conveyor belt of oceanic crust and upper mantle material flows out from this central crack in the Earth's crust.
And Mickey Mouse is not copyright-free now, Scoops. No. Not as a character. I think the original Steamboat Willie cartoon is now considered public domain, but, yeah. Old Mickey out of copyright. There you go, Murph. Yeah. Here. Yeah, this is the first iteration of Mickey Mouse, which was Steamboat Willie, right? Yeah. Anyhow, you will still get, I believe the technical term is absolutely wrecked if you try and use Mickey Mouse, the character, in like a copyrighted work nowadays. Or in any kind of work. Like, Disney will come after you. But Steamboat Willie, I think that particular cartoon is now open access, right? And wrecked. And I think it's spelled like this, the Raven. I believe that's the technical correct spelling. That legal term. How about Miguel Raton? I think él está bien. Copernicus cat. I think that's good. Yeah. Anyhow. Let's see. Ironically, Steamboat Willie itself included the song Turkey in the Straw, which was in public domain at the time of production. The song and the short owe much of their origins to the blackface minstrel shows and racial stereotypes of the late 1800s and early 1900s. Oh boy. Turkey in the Straw reminds me of was trying to, I don't know if this is gonna work, but there was this is a plot line on the show 30 Rock about a hit television show called America's Kids Got Singing, in which a bunch of kids they sing public domain songs. And it's like a huge moneymaker for the network because they don't have to pay royalties on anything. So it's kids singing like Turkey in the Straw and stuff like that. It's so good. But ironically, I don't think I can show it because it is, copyrighted. Anyhow.
Present this, therefore, by a simple Mickey Mouse model such as this, illustrating the way in which the conveyor belt of oceanic crust and upper mantle material flows out from this central crack in the Earth's crust. Well, now, in 1963, Drum Matthews and myself, then at Cambridge, added the simple rider to this and, in effect, converted his conveyor belt of oceanic crust into a tape recorder. We suggested that as new crust is formed, solidifies at a ridge crest, frozen into it will be the current direction of the Earth's magnetic field.
Either avocado, Palosaurus.
Subsequently moved aside
Wombat Hole.
Newer material comes in. And in this way...
His Mustang, how you doing? Good to have you here.
...of crust,
yeah.
normally and reversely magnetized, will be built up, paralleling the ridge crest and symmetrically disposed about it. And indeed,
so cool.
Going back to the anomaly map, the very...
I love this diagram right here because this is, yeah, it's the same sort of thing. I mean, this is how we illustrate this when we're talking about magnetostratigraphy over time like this. You know, this is it on a geological time scale here over millions of years. And then he's illustrating this in these spreading ridges as the crust comes up and then spreads out like that. You get normal and reverse, normal and reverse. It's so cool. I love this.
About it. And indeed...
Caden says, you need a chalkboard? I have a chalkboard. I don't have it set up. Originally, I had plans for a whole second camera setup over here where I could, like, move to a different part of the set, like Mr. Rogers, and, you know, draw on the chalkboard and all of that. And it'd be nice to be able to do that this year, but we'll see if I have time to set any of that stuff up, you know? Yeah.
And going back to the anomaly map, the very detailed contour map of Rapham Mason for this area of the Northeast Pacific, and after peering at it for some time, we could see that indeed there is a remarkable symmetry of the magnetic anomalies about the crest of this so-called Juan de Fuca ridge in this area, and they do indeed reproduce all the details of the reversal timescale in remarkable detail. So to summarize this then, we drew up this new colored summary map, which emphasizes this symmetry about the ridge crests in a truly remarkable way. It's
That's so cool.
That it had been in the literature for 4 or 5 years when people hadn't recognized the symmetry.
Really, really neat. I mean, so the hotter colors here are the more recent rocks. So here's the spreading ridge. These rocks are new. They're just coming up as this spreading ridge comes out like that. And the further away you get from the center, the older the rocks get, because it's spreading up and out like that. How cool is that? And Caden says, geologists are really artists. I mean, that's the thing. When you study geology and you go through field camp and stuff, you got to learn how to map. And that does require some artistic effort, you know? So anybody here in the chat who's ever, you know, if any of them have done geology at a university, you know that you've got to be able to do these field maps like this. This is one of the things that we learn in geology. There we go. Yeah. Field sketches like that. Big part of what we do. So yeah. So geology and art, they do go together. Absolutely. Yeah. And hey, Marika, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Somebody on Reddit posted this. Here's a geological field map that they put together, I think, at field camp. Yeah. Anyhow.
An aerial survey of a section of the Mid-Atlantic Ridge produced the same magnetic stripes. But still, there weren't many scientists who could accept the idea of seafloor spreading.
In '63, it was very frustrating because I had this idea and one realized that if it was true, you know, the implications were enormous, that the ocean basins were young, ephemeral features, that all the oceanic crust, all the deep ocean basins that we see today were generated, say, within the past 200 million years of geologic time.
And I love that he says this because this is now our understanding. There are no rocks on the ocean floor, like none of the oceanic crust is any older than, like, the beginning of the Jurassic or the very end of the Triassic period, you know? So all of the ocean crust, like all of the ocean floor, is younger than the oldest dinosaurs. It's pretty cool to think about. And Kitten is a Killer, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Yeah, it's all recent. Yeah, Claire. Relatively speaking, recent. So in the grand scheme of things, looking at our chronostratigraphic chart, even though we have rocks on this planet that go back over 4 billion years, those are all continental crust. We go from the top. The oldest rocks on the ocean floor are basically no older than this, about 200. And that's because these rocks are constantly recycled. So you get these rocks that... Come on. Yeah, that'll work. It's a little small, though. Yeah. You get new oceanic crust that's formed at these central spreading ridges like this. The oceanic crust comes up like that, it spreads out, and then it sinks beneath the continental crust and gets recycled into the mantle. So there is no oceanic crust that's older than, like, the beginning of the Jurassic. Which is super cool, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Zeolites. There you go, Muppet Hole. Yeah. Yeah. And welcome, welcome, Kuasil. Happy New Year to you, too. I hope you're having a good one.
The ocean basins were young, ephemeral features that all the oceanic crust, all the deep ocean basins that we see today were generated, say, within the past 200 million years of geologic time. Less than 5% of the whole of geologic time.
Yep.
Was it possible that the whole of the seafloor crust was so new? The question had to be answered. So, suddenly, the oceans of the world were busy with any craft the oceanographers and geologists could lay their hands on. The biggest was a specially built deep-sea drilling ship, the Glomar Challenger.
So this is a legendary vessel in the annals of Earth science, the Glomar Challenger. And that is a drilling rig on top of it. All of this scaffolding up here, this superstructure, that's to be able to send this drilling mechanism down to the seafloor. Really neat. I know people who have been on the Glomar Challenger, and today there are other vessels that are similar. We're actually going to be hopefully talking with a paleontologist, a colleague of mine over here in Berkeley, who has worked on similar coring vessels like this, and she's going to tell us about that. Very excited about that. And Folan says, I have a question. What caused the Pacific plate to shift? I was looking at the Hawaiian chain underwater. All the plates are shifting, Folan. That's just what they do at all times. They're always shifting bit by little bit. That's the nature of, you know, tectonic plates. Is that they shift. It's just like we were talking about here. They come up from these spreading ridges. They spread out like that, and they subduct underneath the continental plates. And it's just a constant cycle. It's like a conveyor belt, you know? Yeah. I mean, the turn from west to northwest? I'm not sure I know what you mean, Folan. Yeah. Got the Earth's plates here. Pacific plate, Juan de Fuca plate, which is near, well, Juan de Fuca plate right over there, where I live. long chain of eroded islands in the Pacific chain turn north. I'm not sure I know what you mean, fella. Are you talking about the central spreading ridge in the Pacific Plate? So... Well, I guess it's not really a spreading ridge, is it? It's not like in the middle of the Atlantic. There we go. So you've got the East Pacific Rise right here. Are you talking about that? A hotspot that makes the island move and creates new islands. Oh, well, yeah. The hotspot that you get there is kind of like it's a thin point in the middle. And so you get these hotspots, and they do move over time as the continents and the plates themselves are moving. I'm not sure exactly why. Again, this is outside of my realm of expertise. Again, I work on dinosaurs, you know? So my understanding of a lot of this stuff is only a passing understanding. But you get these various hotspots, like the Hawaiian Island chain. And you also get, like, Midway Island and stuff out here, too. Look at this graph! What a beautiful graph. Holy cow, Alaskan Moss. Appreciate the follow. Good stuff. Yeah, you get this hot spot in the middle of the plate like that. I don't know if the hotspot itself is moving underneath or if the plate is sliding on top of it. But yeah, you get the same thing with like the Yellowstone caldera here in Wyoming, in North America, where that has moved over time. So... It's moved across Nevada and Oregon and Idaho, and currently it's underneath where Yellowstone National Park is. That's why you get all of these incredible hot features there. You get this plume of granitic magma that's coming up like that. It's the same sort of mechanism, I think, that's created the Hawaiian Island chain. It's through Hawaii and then Midway Island and now to Wake Island, I think. Yeah. I think the plate is sliding, but plate seems like it changed direction. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I don't know the exact reason why, but yeah. Anyhow. Oh, and hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? You just stopped in your tracks right there. What's going on? What? What? What is it? What is it? Visit from one of our landlords here. Hello, hello, sweetie. How are you doing? What's going on? We're talking about geology right now. Yeah, talking about moving plates, talking about how we discovered all this stuff in the first place, how it all works as we understand it. Yeah. I know you don't find this terribly interesting, but I do know what you do find interesting is treats. Let me get you some of those. Here we go. Yeah, I love how the whole stream just stops, you know? You gotta pause everything when your paws show up on our desk. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. What? What's that look for? What? What are you looking for? Yeah. Oh. You can eat those? What? What? What are you doing? This is not good enough for you? it, sweetie? Come here in the middle of the show. You just stand in front of the camera. What? What do you want? What do you want? Huh? Whoa. Is that what you want? Want some face squishes? There we go. Oh, okay. Okay. You can make that happen. Gave her fancy treats earlier. Yours are no good now. Oh no, Lordy. What are you doing upstaging me? If I can't pay the landlords, how am I gonna live here? You know? Come here to evict me, sweetie pie? Uh-oh. 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 You and Scritches. Ruddles, huh? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so Newt says one of my cats, Kara, sitting in my lap, now very interested in the baby on screen. Please eat. Please eat these. No. No. I don't know what you want. Alright, we're just going to continue talking about geology here, sweetie pie. Yeah. Here, Glomar Challenger.
That the scriptures could lay their hands on. The biggest was a specially built deep-sea drilling ship, the Glomar Challenger. Commissioned by the Joydes Group and based at the Scripps Institute of Oceanography in San Diego, this vessel must be one of the most expensive craft ever built for pure research. Its 6 engines hold it accurately on station while it drills in water several miles deep.
Nice. How cool is this? I just love this kind of thing, you know?
The object is to recover from the ocean bed a core of sediment representing millions of years of history, from the present day back down to the moment when the first layer of sediments settled on the newly formed rock, and to see how old that first layer is. The ship drilled 2 sets of holes across the ridge in the North and South Atlantic, specifically to test the seafloor spreading theory.
Nice.
This is tremendously exciting because to a geologist, there's really nothing quite like a sample. You cannot determine the age of sediment, for example, from geophysical investigation. You have to have some of it in your hands. And in fact, by drilling all the way through the sediment layer and recovering not only the sediment just above the igneous rock, but in a number of cases, the actual igneous rock floor of the ocean, it was found without exception that the age of this oldest material did become progressively younger as one approached the crest of the rise system.
Just like you'd expect.
At the Lamont Geological Observatory, Columbia University.
So again, if we're looking at this, the youngest rock should be here near the ridge, right? Because the oldest rocks are the ones that are subducting underneath the continent. It's like a conveyor belt, you know? It's coming out like that. So you would expect these to be the youngest and these to be, well, these to be the oldest. So you can test that by drilling in different places. The nearer you get to the continental crust, the oceanic crust should get older and older, and that's exactly what they found, which is super cool.
Have stored literally hundreds of cores from several different ships. These long strips of mud are priceless. 1 millimeter.
Love that. These long strips of mud are priceless. It's true, though. I mean, well, you can't put a price tag on scientific data, you know? It's incredibly important.
These long strips of mud are...
And Kaiden says, so ideally the dead spot in the middle of two continents are the youngest? I mean, along the spreading ridge, yeah. Yeah. So again, if we're looking at this here, the youngest rocks, say between South America and Africa, would be along that spreading ridge there. That's what we would predict, and that's exactly what we find when we actually investigate it, you know? Rose says, I bet Sotheby's would try. Oh, they would. They'd sell anything, you know? Yeah. Anyhow.
These long strips of mud are priceless. 1 millimeter can represent 1,000 years of history, and they contain enough information to dispel any doubts that the crust of the Earth has been moving and growing for millions of years.
Yep.
Seafloor spreading and continental drift are no longer a myth. They're fact. There's so much information coming in that scientists can now give us accurate dates as to when the continents separated.
So this is super cool. Not only do we have these data backing up that idea and telling us when the continents actually split, we can corroborate that with other lines of data too, like the fossils, you know? Like we were talking about earlier with Giganotosaurus and Carcharodontosaurus, these two very similar looking dinosaurs. They look so similar because despite being from South America and Africa, those continents had only very recently split apart from one another when these animals were alive. That's why they look so similar. They shared an ancestor quite recently when the continents were still joined. Yeah.
We have been extrapolating both the anomaly pattern and the age outward from the ridge axis to the flanking basins and the continental margins. And from this, we've been able to suggest that that South America and Africa separated about 150 million years ago. And this
We now think it's about closer to 100, but yeah.
agrees reasonably well with the geologic information, which suggests that the first occurrence of marine sediments along the coast of South America was about 130 million years ago. In the North Atlantic, extrapolating again from the ridge axis using the magnetic anomaly pattern, we would propose that North America and Europe separated about 90 million years ago, and this agrees reasonably well with the geologic information. This illustration shows the relative position of the continents about 75 million years ago. The Atlantic, North Atlantic is closed, and a point of interest is that Iceland did not exist at this time.
Iceland has always been something of a mystery, with its geysers, hot springs...
Love that. I love the English pronunciation of geysers. Geysers.
Iceland has always been something of a mystery, with its geysers, hot springs, and boiling mud.
What's the old saying? Two nations separated by a common language. The U.S. and the U.K.
Armed with the new ideas about geology, a team from Imperial College London...
How's it pronounced in the U.S.? We say geyser, Marika, yeah. Yeah, so, here, I'll,
You have timed your visit to Old Faithful perfectly. Again, enjoy Beehive. Hopefully, 113 is our current prediction for Old Faithful. At the conclusion of this geyser, we will together enjoy an Old Faithful eruption. In the meantime, enjoy beehive.
There we go. Yeah. The U.S. is closer to the German version, says Marie. Oh, interesting. Let me say it in German. And yeah, I've seen Old Faithful go off numerous times. Wombat Hole. I used to live only like, it was like 90 miles away, something like that, up in Bozeman, Montana. Yeah. It's a pretty special place, Yellowstone. Anyway, let's... And Sketchy Tracks, thank you for gifting Happy Nightmares. I appreciate that, Sketchy Tracks. Thank you, thank you. Good stuff. And didn't you stream Old Faithful back in 2021? No, I don't think so. We tried to, Lordy, and it didn't work, I think. I think we had some major equipment malfunctions. It's back when I didn't have the proper cables. Like, they were all frayed. So we tried really hard to stream that, Lordy, and it didn't work out. Yeah. Anyhow.
Has been doing a survey.
Well, Iceland is one of the few places in the world where one can observe seafloor spreading in action.
It works now. It didn't work.
This
Yeah.
is because
I was pretty frustrated.
The Atlantic Ridge, which comes up here and passes through the island like this. Now it enters Iceland on the Reykjanes Peninsula here, and it follows the line of post-glacial volcanic activity which crosses Iceland and splits here into two sectors. Now we are working on the southwest corner of the island on the Reykjanes Peninsula.
Hey, Cast a Dreamer.
What we're doing is we're measuring the distance across the rift with an instrument developed by the National Physical Laboratory. What we do is to balance pulses of light across the...
Oh, by the way, Cast the Dreamer, Happy New Year to you too. Today happens to be January 6th, which is the anniversary of the date that Alfred Wegener proposed his idea of continental drift to his colleagues in Frankfurt, which is why we're talking about continental drift right now. This is a documentary from 1970, when this idea has become very well accepted. I love that this is like this beautiful time capsule. Here's this idea that's still fairly new, but all of these different lines of evidence are being brought to bear to show that, shoot, the continents really do move. It's pretty cool.
Rift, with an instrument on one side and a reflector mounted on the other. And then we measure our...
But when the last bone was put into place and the skeleton was complete, these men certainly felt a strong sense of accomplishment. They had brought back to life one of the greatest animals that ever walked the face of the earth.
Thank you for the 46 months of support. Really appreciate that. That's almost a whole year, isn't it? Also, by the way, Rabid Weenus. Did you know that term is on Wikipedia? The loose flap of skin underneath the joint of a human elbow. The word developed from slang in the 1990s. The area may also be referred to as olecranon skin, like the olecranon process of the ulna, or simply elbow skin. So there you go. Oh, the 90s, says Claire. Yeah. Anyhow. I was surprised to learn that recently. I think I learned it from this. There's a profile on Blue Sky called Depths of Wikipedia, and I think I found it from them. Yeah, I did. 27 days ago. Yeah. You're welcome, Rabid Witness. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for your continued support. Keeping me here online. I appreciate that more than you know. Holy cow. Yeah. And Marika says, I didn't know this topic had a connection to Frankfurt. My favorite nature museum? Yeah, the Senckenberg Museum. Yes, indeed. I talked about that blue sky earlier. Yeah. It was on January 6, 1912 that Alfred Wegener announced his continental drift hypothesis to the Geological Association at the Senckenberg Museum in Frankfurt. Hence the topic of our stream today.
Distance by measuring the transit time of the light pulse from one side to the other and back again. It's a little early yet to make any very definite assessment of our results, but as far as we can tell, they're certainly not inconsistent with spreading of the conventional 1 centimetre or so a year, so that in 1 million years' time, Iceland will be about 10 kilometres wider than it is now.
There you go, his Mustang, yeah?
In the middle of the Atlantic, the new crust of the Earth is being formed, and as the continents slide apart to accommodate it, the question remains, where is it going?
Oh, it subducts.
At the other end of the world is an island which also owes its origin to tectonic activity under the sea. The island of Tonga in the South Pacific was the place chosen by earthquake scientists, seismologists, to investigate the deep earthquakes underneath the islands, which seemed to originate from the deep ocean trench just offshore.
Yep.
Let me draw you a section through the Tonga Arc. Here we have on the surface with volcanoes, active volcanoes on top in the deep trench, and out in the Pacific Ocean. This would be the water. The earthquakes occur in a zone which dips down to great depths.
Yep. That's because you have that oceanic crust plunging underneath.
The idea was that this earthquake zone formed, it was actually a giant fault, such that the material moved down on one side relative to the material moving up on the other side.
Nope.
Shown in this fashion.
In fact, they found that tremors coming up from 60 or more miles down in the hot molten mantle reached their instruments in Tonga much earlier than their instruments in Fiji. They also found that the tremors were much weaker when they got to Fiji. The two facts suggested that the material in the earthquake zone was of a different composition, a different consistency to the material on either side. The same consistency, in fact,
thank you, Lordy,
as the upper crust of the Earth, and it would seem that the earthquake zone and the ocean floor were all part of the same conveyor belt.
Yep.
This then is a very convenient way to get rid of material created at the mid-ocean ridge system. We have material moving along here, bending over and descending into the mantle as a coherent slab.
The next major step
super cool stuff.
was
So
taken by a
again,
very young geologist.
This is what we were talking about here. So new crust is created when magma comes up at these central spreading ridges like that. Oceanic crust forms, and it gets pushed like a conveyor belt outward, and then it plunges beneath continental crust. It gets recycled into the mantle. So again, the youngest oceanic crust is here, and then it gets pushed further and further out, and the oldest stuff is recycled back in. Constant conveyor belt all the time. It's always happening.
A physicist from Cambridge, Dan Mackenzie, who provided a theory which tied together all the loose ends and formed the basis of a revolution in geology.
Well, I was sitting in the library at Scripps in Southern California reading an article by Sir Edward Bullard on the fitting of the continents, and it seemed to me that it was impossible to do this unless the continents, like South America to Africa, had remained rigid during their motion and had come together like that without any internal deformation at all. And what's more, it also seemed equally obvious that the seafloor also had to remain rigid because it was covered with magnetic lineations which had been formed on the ridge, and these had not got broken up during the motion. So we then thought, well, perhaps the whole world consists of just a series of rigid interlocking plates, like a mosaic. So on this view, the place to look for plate boundaries and where the motion is and the deformation was where there are earthquakes. And we got hold of maps of all the earthquakes of the world and looked to see where they were. And they follow the most dramatic narrow lines all over the world. And these, we decided, would be the plate boundaries. This is where there would be deformation and not elsewhere. So if we make this into a series of plates, then
there we go.
You can see that the earthquakes lie along the margins of these colored plates. The big ones are the Pacific plate, which consists of the whole of that region, the Atlantic and American plate, like that, and various other ones, Africa and Australia. And these are in relative motion, and where you've got a ridge, they're pulling apart, like in the South Atlantic, and creating new seafloor with its magnetic lineations. Where one plate overrides the other, the plate doesn't immediately vanish, but breaks up as it goes down into the mantle, and causes and produces intermediate and deep focus earthquakes, which you only find where the plates are being destroyed, like up here in the Aleutians and down past Japan. But in parts of the Eastern Pacific, like in California, the Pacific is just sliding past the American plate and is not overriding or underriding, but just sort of sliding sideways.
Interesting.
The difficulty...
And welcome, Bonki. Post a fossil ID. You could try the Discord. Yeah, and actually, if you post it in the Discord and then provide a link, I can try and look at it live on stream if you'd like. I'm not an expert on all fossils, obviously. I'm a dinosaur guy, primarily. Most fossils that people find are invertebrates. Yeah, I'll take a look if you post it in the Discord.
With the whole of this subject, it's not easy to photograph because the plates are so enormous. And even if you do it from a satellite, all the plate margins are underwater, so you can't really see what's going on there. So the best analogy we could get was with ice.
Aerial photographs of large expanses of the Arctic show how the ice forms itself into plates. Where these plates pull apart, water forms new ice in the gap, and where they're pushed together, they override each other.
And this is exactly like what goes on in the Pacific, where...
Yeah. So we'll talk about this a little bit later. I'm going to scoot forward through this a bit in the interest of time. But, yeah, there's another video with Alfred Wegener, that lovely animated one that we always watch when we're talking about Alfred Wegener, that talks about how his work up in the Arctic, seeing these shifting ice flows and stuff like that, converging and coming apart, may have helped to inspire some of his ideas about continental drift.
Just as suddenly, the water came back in the form of a tidal wave, smashing everything in its path. At the time, scientists had no idea why such earthquakes occurred in this region. Now, they realize that this is simply a boundary where two giant plates are overriding each other.
And Marika says, little joke question, our planet is mostly covered with oceans. Why call it Earth and not water? There's a book about that. It's called Planet Ocean. Yeah. By Brad Mattson and Ray Troll. Really fun book, splendid illustrations in it. I pull this out every once in a while when we're talking about certain concepts because there's... Oh, and this is signed by the artist, Ray Troll, whom I've met. It's lots of Ray Troll's art in this. It's really lovely. But it is true that the majority of our planet is covered by water, so might make more sense to call it Planet Ocean rather than Planet Earth from a certain perspective. Yeah, it's good stuff. Anyhow, and I'm glad you're enjoying the music. Happy Nightmares, yeah. Anyhow, let's continue a little bit. I don't know, I think everybody here is familiar with the idea that earthquakes are tied to plate boundaries and all of that. Let's fast forward a little bit. There we go.
We put out seismographs on these red triangles, and this allows us to identify very small earthquakes. And this is a set of earthquakes in a very few months' time in the Hollister area. But then look at the part of the San Andreas Fault up here.
Oh, this is where I live. In the beautiful, sunny, coastal California, the San Francisco Bay Area. And why are our lights not working? Hang on. This is so buggy sometimes. There we go. Supposed to do that automatically. Anyhow. Yeah. This is where I live.
Here in the San Francisco Bay Area, almost no earthquakes.
Oh.
This is now locked, and yet we are sure that this will break again someday and perhaps produce another great earthquake.
Hang on. What did he say? No earthquakes in the Bay Area?
San Andreas Fault, a few months about seismic creeping and are periodically and hang up and then break through. And these two red segments on the fault, one broke in 1857, the other in 1906. But strangely, now those are very quiet areas. No movement do we detect, nor do we see any small earthquakes.
Oh yeah,
These
they go
other
quiet
quiet
for a while
areas,
and then they
however,
start up
are
again.
creeping.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a thing.
Area. Almost no earthquakes. This is now locked, and yet we are sure that this will break again someday and perhaps produce another great earthquake.
Mayor Space says, not the home of Rice-A-Roni, despite the slogan. Yeah, it's... Oh boy. You make me talk about this now. Not a paid advertisement. A shocking revelation.
Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat. A favorite for dinner, everybody grab a seat. A flavor that is sure to please. Rice-A-Roni, the San Francisco treat.
So the funny thing is, Rice-A-Roni...
San Francisco treat.
Also from Rice.
I think they thought that'd be a really appealing slogan, but Rice-A-Roni is not from San Francisco. It's from another great American city, which apparently is far less appealing and less fun and interesting. Anybody tell me where? Where's it actually from? Weird, I can't find confirmation of this. Hang on a second. The answer is Chicago. Where is... It says it on the box. And of course the Google AI summary thing is wrong. If I had a box right here, I would show you. If I just search Chicago, it'll pop right up. There we go. Where is Rice-A-Roni made? Our products are manufactured and produced within the United States at a plant located in Illinois. It's Chicago, it says on the box. Anyway. But yeah. And ChatGPT it? No thanks, Kate. That's also garbage dog water slop. It's wrong about so many different things. That's the thing about all this, like, LLM AI stuff, is if you actually ask it a question that's worth asking, something that's not easy to look up, it'll get it wrong, like, nearly 100% of the time. You know, I'll ask it for something with regard to dinosaur paleontology. And almost every single time, it'll very confidently give you misinformation, you know? Never trust it. Don't trust ChatGPT. It's a hallucination machine. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. Anyway. What's funny is that the answer for this on the official website is contact.pepsico.com. Just like nearly everything. Here we go. It's created by... There's just a few companies that manufacture nearly everything in the United States and in a lot of other countries too. PepsiCo is the parent company of Quaker Oats, and I don't even know if Rice-A-Roni is prominent enough to feature on this diagram here. But anyway, yeah, that falls under the umbrella of PepsiCo. Oh boy. Yeah. It reminds me of reminds me of this clip from 30 Rock.
You see, GE owns Colorado and owns JMI of
That's not the internet acting up. This is just a really bad clip.
Stanford, which is a majority shareholder in PokerFastLane.com, which recently acquired the Scheinhard Wig Company, which owns NBC outright. NBC owns Winnipeg Ironworks, which owns the Optionagi Party Meats Corporation of Pyongyang, North Korea, and they will make the meat machine.
Anyway, yeah. Continental Drift, let's get back to that. Hey, Reiko, how are you doing? Hello. That was a running joke on the show 30 Rock. Yeah, it's that General Electric Corporation is a subsidiary of the Scheinhard Wig Company. Or no, NBC is a subsidiary of the Scheinhard Wig Company, but then there's like a corporate reorganization so that Scheinhard becomes the parent company of General Electric. Anyway, I'm doing well, Reiko. It's good to see you. I'm streaming a little bit late today because I started way late. Today happens to be an important anniversary. January 6th. It was on this very day, a few years back, across marble floors, through hallowed halls, a radical cry would upset the established order. Alfred Wegener announced his continental drift hypothesis in Frankfurt, Germany, January 6, 1912. I posted about this earlier. That's our reason for talking about continental drift today. There you go, Reiko, yeah.
In 1906, half of San Francisco was destroyed, and San Franciscans today are understandably worried that it will happen again. It will.
Actually
Scientists
did.
know that as each year passes, it'll be bigger.
It did 19 years after this documentary came out. It was October 15th, I think, 1989, the Loma Prieta earthquake.
But unfortunately, they don't know when it will happen. In the same way that our view of the globe was changed by the astronauts looking back from the moon, so the new geology will alter our idea of where the parish boundaries of our globe are. Every textbook from primary school to university will have to be rewritten as scientists get together all over the world.
That's, I think, what I love so much about this documentary. It's this lovely time capsule, kind of in the midst of a scientific revolution. This idea of continental drift, plate tectonics, rewriting the book on geology, how our planet works. And this is right in the thick of it. This is during this big overhaul of Earth science. And so, Reiko, we've been using this as an opportunity to talk about how scientific ideas change over time and all of that. It's a lot of fun.
Geochemists, geophysicists, paleontologists, many people who used to work sort of among themselves, not understanding really what each other were doing, are now able to focus their efforts to common problems, to see the significance of what they're doing in a larger picture. And this, I think, is always good. In practical ways, it will have an impact too, and I think in the very near future. For example, with earthquakes, we now, knowing the motions of the plates, are able to understand in new ways the reasons why earthquakes are generated and the effects that they have. In more subtle ways and human ways, which are really the most exciting ways, for example, young people in the earth sciences now, once at a disadvantage and still somewhat from lack of experience and so on, lack of having been around the world and seen it all, nevertheless, with this new theory, have mental tools that are powerful enough to allow them to lunge into the mainstream of thinking and to attack important problems very early in their careers.
So I think this is really important too. There's this idea we've discussed before. Reiko's familiar with it also. This old saying that science advances one funeral at a time. The meaning of this phrase is that, like, well, a lot of older scientists never really change their minds. You just kind of have to wait for them to die off. And this is true to a certain extent. I'm curious to know how much it was true for the idea of plate tectonics and continental drift. Some of the early proponents of this idea, some of the people who really made a big splash with it, were certainly younger researchers, but then there were older folks too, who they saw the new evidence and they changed their minds. They accepted, hey, the continents do move. We've got all of these different sources of data that show this. But there were certainly some old fuddy-duddies who never came around to the idea. And they went to their graves never accepting it. I'm fascinated by this kind of thing. I'm interested in how these major changes occur in scientific thinking over time, you know? So this is really interesting to me. And Reiko says, a colleague of mine, Christian Fons Rosen, authored a study testing exactly that. And I remember you took a look at the paper and watched an interview with him about it. Oh yeah, that's right, huh? It must have been during one of these streams when we're talking about Alfred Wegener and continental drifts. I remember this now, Reiko, yeah. Anyway, yeah. It's good stuff. Would you say they died on that hill? Yeah, or on that mid-ocean ridge, or... Well, those would be the proponents of continental drift. But anyway, yeah. And there you go, Demon Prince. Yeah, that's the thing.
Getting even wider and more grandiose, but I think still being true. Men at large have a better way.
Listen to that gendered language there, too. Men at large. You could say scientists, researchers, workers in the field. You could say men and women. You could say people, you know. Yeah. Kind of ironic. Here's this guy talking about, oh, you know, the young people, they're latching onto this idea. They're finding new evidence. This is really exciting. And then he says men, you know? Exclusionary language like that. It wouldn't hit as hard as it does if it weren't for, you know, Marie Tharp. You know, now classic example of a woman who made major contributions to this field and was largely ignored. Like, her work was taken without her getting credit for it, you know? Yeah.
More grandiose, but I think still being true, men at large have a better way now to understand, with no background in geology at all, to understand how the world is put together and how it has gotten to be what it is. This means, in some subtle, inside-the-mind way, I think the ultimate long-range benefit of this kind of thinking may be to let people appreciate better what their environment really is, what kind of balances really do exist in the earth.
There you go. Anyway, good stuff. Here's a link to this fascinating time capsule from 1970. Good stuff. Regadactylus says, fun fact, the word scientist came about because of a woman. The phrase before was man of science, or man of science. Because she was a woman, someone invented the term scientist to be gender neutral. Really? Huh. I know the word scientist is a fairly recent invention. In fact, I think it only really goes back to like the beginning of the 20th century, right? That term scientist. I mean, before you had people talking about natural philosophers, stuff like that. Let's see. Looking for the etymology here. I don't know if this is going to be the right place to look, but,
You know, speaking of dinosaurs, did you realize that chickens were a lot like little dinosaurs with feathers? I didn't, until I read a book called The Dinosaur Chicken Conspiracy. But apparently the poultry farmers don't want us to know anything about it, so they've hushed it up.
Legit Salvage, thank you for the 13 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thanks for being there. Yeah. And Regadactylus says, Mary Somerville, in addition to her contributions to science, gave rise to the word scientist itself. Interesting. I wonder if, anyway, interesting stuff. Anyhow. I'm gonna wrap this up pretty soon here. So let's take a look at this. Of course, the reason why we're talking about continental drift today is because, well, it's a good topic to discuss. We're talking about scientific knowledge. How do we arrive at it? How do we find this stuff out? What is the process of science? All of that. But it's this anniversary. It was on January 6, 1912, that Alfred Wegener proposed this idea of moving continents to his colleagues in Frankfurt. And this is a superb little video animating that story. Take a look.
Hardly anyone in the early 20th century said, why are there oceans and why are there continents? Wegener is a wonderful example of how science benefits from people coming from outside a scientific field and saying, well, why don't you look at it this way?
And this is interesting because Reiko might be able to back me up here. As scientists, we are often suspicious of people who come in from other fields and have ideas about our subject of expertise. It's difficult sometimes to, well, I don't know. There's always things you gotta watch out for. You gotta watch out for cranks and pseudoscientists and people like that who don't know what they're talking about, and they have an agenda, and they're trying to shake things up in your discipline. And some people probably did view Alfred Wegener like that at the beginning. He ended up being correct. Mostly. But it's one of those things where there's some interesting nuance in there, you know? Reiko says, there is a little territoriality going on, but not without reason. Spent my career studying cognitive science. If I started to have revolutionary ideas about paleontology, then he would have every reason to side-eye me, wondering what I actually knew about paleontology. I think especially nowadays that's really true. Now that a lot of these scientific fields are really well established and we know a great deal about certain things, the further back you go in time, I think, and the less even the experts knew about certain things, the easier it was to make contributions, even major contributions that would really shake things up. The longer different scientific fields have been around, the more sophisticated they get, the more data you have accumulated, the more there is to know. We as researchers are trying to make contributions bit by little bit to our field. We have these... We like to speak loftily of adding brick by brick to the grand edifice of science, you know? But with each passing generation, it almost feels like sometimes those bricks are getting smaller and smaller. It's not foundational work anymore. Literally or figuratively. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting to think about. It's harder to be a proper polymath these days, says Reiko. Because we know so much more in depth about every field than we did 200 years ago, or 150 years ago, or even 25 years ago. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, in question of the, but absolutely, we've talked a lot about that today. How it's important to keep an open mind about things and not dismiss ideas outright because, you know, based on some sort of view of ourselves. Well, you know, of course, I'm very smart. Reiko, we were talking earlier about, about Scott Adams, who's been in the news, the Dilbert guy. Seems he's dying of cancer right now because he refused cancer treatment early on because he thought that he was smarter than the cancer doctors, and he decided he was going to take ivermectin instead of, you know, undergoing cancer treatments. Really important to not think of yourself as being the smartest person in the room all the time. Anyway, let's get back to Wegener here, who he was not a geologist, nor a paleontologist, nor a geophysicist or anything like that. He was a meteorologist, a weather scientist. But because of that, he had an interesting perspective, and he thought about things in a way that the geologists and the geographers and the geophysicists, such as they existed at the time, at the turn of the century, they weren't thinking about these things in the same way. Yeah. And there you go, Reiko, yeah. Real trained medical doctors don't treat themselves, they go see other doctors. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Getting into a balloon and going up into the air for a meteorologist is like getting into a boat and going out on the ocean for an oceanographer.
He goes up in a balloon because he wants to take measurements of the atmosphere. He's not the Wizard of Oz. He's a scientist doing science.
Yeah.
Wegener flew as much and as often as he could. He wants to write the best book on the physics of the atmosphere, and no one had ever studied the atmosphere in the high Arctic before.
This is a time in history when one of the most exciting things you can do as a scientist is to go on an Arctic expedition.
Yep.
It was adventure travel of a North Pole, South Pole kind.
This was the frontier at the time, you know? Cutting edge stuff.
Wegener's out there in the winter night taking these huge box kites and attaching recording instruments to them and then winching them back down to get his instruments back.
Murph says still is, isn't it? To a certain extent, yeah. Yeah, for paleontology, there is cutting-edge work, like real frontier stuff to be done down in Antarctica, and it's to a certain extent in the Arctic, too. More so in Antarctica. But yeah, yeah.
Nobody ever said that Arctic exploration was a picnic.
Wegener had to learn how to hunt seals, how to drive a dog sled, how to travel on ice without being swept into open water, how to protect your dogs from polar bears. The travel in Greenland, his time with icebergs,
the way in which the ice floes form jigsaw puzzle pieces,
the way the ice cap splits apart and fissures. All of this was part of his imagination when he made his discovery of continental drift.
Huh.
I wouldn't really call it a discovery. What he really had was an idea.
Yep.
He went to his office, and his office mate said, "Look at this beautiful atlas my parents gave me for Christmas." And he wrote to his fiancée, "Did you ever notice how South America fits into Africa?" Let me pause and say, there isn't a child on Earth over the age of 12 who hasn't had the same thought, right?
I don't know if I ever really had this pure thought like this, because as somebody who is interested in dinosaurs since practically before he could talk, this idea of continental drift and supercontinents forming, this is just the air that I breathed from a really early age. This is in some of my, earliest dinosaur books that I had, I'm sure. So, I feel like I was introduced to this concept so early on that I never maybe had that light bulb realization like that some people have, or the, that's weird kind of notion. It's almost like this idea was served up to me on a silver plate, I feel like a lot of dinosaur kids are the same way here, Yeah. And they go confused again. No New Zealand, not even any England. Yeah, true. No San Francisco Bay either. No Japan?
You can see it. What was different about what Wegener saw? There were lines on the map that represented depths under the water, and they're exactly the same shape. That means that this is part of the structure of the Earth. How did that come about? Maybe the continents drifted apart.
It was radical because it was new. The Americans say the continents are fixed. Europeans think they move, but they think they move up and down. And Wegener says you're all wrong. Yes, they move, but they move horizontally, not vertically.
He would write a paper in 1912, and he said, "I think everybody will really be happy." And of course, everyone wasn't really happy.
So again, this is on January 6th, 1912 that he made his big announcement. So... here we go. January 6, 1912, continental drift. Presented a lecture entitled, I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce this in German, The Uprising of Large Features of Earth's Crust, Continents and Oceans on Geophysical Basis. Here's a link if you want to read more about that. This is a blog from Scientific American. Here we go.
Everyone became very...
Not vertically.
He would write a paper in 1912, and he said, I think everybody will really be happy. And of course, everyone wasn't really happy. Everyone became very unhappy.
And Amir says, what's the youngest age you got a dinosaur book? I don't know. Very early on. It's probably like 2.
There was a almost universal rejection of his theories to begin with.
Here's the problem. Scientists are very suspicious of...
And hey, Caden, we're going to be wrapping up in just a few minutes, but I'm glad you were here. Have a good one, too. Thanks for being here.
Fundamental novelty.
Diet Thompson Texas, everyone was always happy with new theories. Oh, boy. Yeah.
Rejection of his theories to begin with.
Here's the problem. Scientists are very suspicious of fundamental novelty.
And this is largely true. Holy cow, anonymous gifter. Thank you for those 5 gift subs there. Really appreciate that. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you for it. There's 5 lucky chatters who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month. I appreciate that, anonymous gifter. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Mathunderay got one. Nice. Very nice. Excellent.
He was...
But yeah. Scientists very suspicious of fundamental novelty. I mean, yeah. The thing is, we're supposed to follow the evidence where it leads, and this is the thing, is that Wegener, in some ways, kind of got ahead of the evidence to a certain extent. His intuition was correct about this, but science isn't about intuition. Science is about evidence, and so the backlash to his idea is understandable to a certain extent, you know? He ended up being correct, and that's why we remember him and celebrate him to this day. But he didn't necessarily have the data to really back up his idea. He didn't have a mechanism underlying continental drift, and they'll talk about that later in the
Scientists are very suspicious of fundamental novelty.
He was regarded as an outsider by the geoscience community because he had no academic credentials in that field, and so he was not considered qualified to make any statements in that field. What he was doing that was so different, though, was drawing together multiple lines of evidence, not just geology, but vegetation and paleontology.
Yep.
The botanical people responded very positively because it explained the distribution of plants and animals over the world.
And this is important. Like, I think, I would not be surprised if Wegener was actually talking about cycads and their distribution. You have them in Australia and Central and South America, and you have cycads in Southern Africa, and it kind of makes sense when you know that the continents are all, when we're talking about Gondwana, along the southern tips of these continents right here, South America, Southern Africa, Australia, you've got modern cycad plants that exist in, well, I don't know if you have cycads in South America that far south, but anyway, you don't really have them in North America or Europe. You do have one species of cycad in North America, but anyway, they're Gondwanan plants. I wouldn't be surprised at all if he picked up on that. He certainly did for other kinds of plants.
In different places on Earth, you saw virtually the same fossil records.
Yep.
The stratigraphic columns were extremely similar as well. And Wegener's idea, his big idea, was you could explain all of those things.
We have this diagram right here on our wall today. Yeah. all of these things made sense. But how does it work? How do the continents move? Wegener didn't know.
If the continents had moved.
So he would write a book in 1915. People said, well, this is wrong and that's wrong. And then he wrote another book in 1920. He comes up with the name Pangaea. And then he wrote another one in 1922. And he kept fixing it and fixing it and fixing it. It's one thing to think of an idea, and it's another thing to work it out for 20 or 30 years.
Yep.
That book's still available on Amazon.
Continental drift was something he was interested in, but it was never the focus of his scientific life.
The Arctic pulled him back in. He was really too old, almost 50 years old.
He landed there with 98 tons of equipment.
And from the beginning, things didn't go well.
They had many things go wrong.
The base in the middle of the ice cap did not have enough food, and he said, this is my responsibility to resupply.
And he got several sleds together.
It's the worst conditions you can possibly imagine. His companions wanted to give up. And at twilight, Wegener said, let's go for a walk.
This is really beautiful, I think. This really resonates with me here.
And he took them out and pointed to the ice and pointed to the sky and said, we're trying to find out how all this works. It doesn't matter whether we live or die. The important thing is that the work go on.
Spoken like a true scientist.
And I guess that's why I love Alfred Wegener, because it's not really about himself. It's that he believes in science, a kind of great metaphorical expedition.
At the end of all this, they were able to supply the station at the middle of the ice, and then they got there, and there wasn't enough food to last the winter for all of them. Wegener said, I'm going to go back to the coast. He didn't like to ride on the dog sled. He liked to ski next to the dogs. He had a heart attack and died. He's still there. The German government wanted to bring him back for a big funeral, and his wife said, no, leave him there. He's where he wants to be.
By the 1970s, mounting evidence convinced scientists that Wegener was right. The continents do move. But the continents don't drift along the ocean floor, as Wegener suggested, so the plates of the Earth's crust float on the mantle. The theory of plate tectonics is now considered a fundamental principle of Earth science.
What he was wrong about was the physics of it, and he thought it happened way too fast.
Yeah.
Here's what he got right. The continents move. They really do.
And in fact, are still moving today.
Love that video there. I'll give you a link. And with that, we'll wrap up today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't go away just yet. We're going to see if we can rate it to somebody else doing some science. But, in honor of Alfred Wegener and his ice expeditions, here's an Ice Age mammal. Smile it on here to put our credits over. And let's see who else is doing some science right now. Let's see. Oh, there's science streams. Well, there's Lita on the screen. Good stuff. Suppose it's time for us to drift off somewhere else ourselves, eh? Says Rigadeclas. Let's drift on over to the continent of science streams, shall we? But thank you to everybody who's showing up in our credits right now. From the raiders and the new followers to the subscribers and the gifters and the cheerers and the resubscribers and everybody who makes these streams possible through their financial contributions. I could not do this, especially not full-time, were it not for your continued support, and I appreciate you more than you know. Supporters, thank you. Likewise, to our beloved moderators, thank each and every one of you for keeping this a safe and welcoming community. For everybody who cares to show up, I Appreciate you very, very much. Anyway, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. We'll be doing some more science, probably some fossil news, and yeah. Until then, all of you take care of yourselves and each other, and appreciate you. Let's go see what Science Streams is up to. Say hello to Lita, and take care, everybody.